Shayna. I don't have any of this set up tonight, so I'll be moving the camera around a little bit. Somebody wanted to see this and I don't quite know where to put the ring light, so hey, Adiani. Hey, are you back yet? Hey, Mary. When you coming back, Adiani? Hey, you're golden now. The weather's over. You're good to go. Well, hi, buddy. I know. You gonna be talkative now? You've been so quiet all day, and now you're gonna have a little bit of a talk. You want to talk with the girls? So when are you leaving then, Adiani? If you didn't leave this morning? Yeah, Mary, you're getting all those spring storms that are starting to flow through. I don't miss that at all. So what are you doing about your order though, Adiani? Isn't that coming up, or is that still, you got some time yet? Yeah, we're all thinking about you. We're all worried for your order. I'm going to try and move this. I wonder, I got this all completely wrapped around. Oh, you did? Okay. That's too bad. I'm sorry. Well, good. Yeah. Everything will be back to normal by the time you leave. So it'll be all good. Oh, okay. Well, that was nice of you. Yeah, it's like, I won't tell you how beautiful it was today, Adiani. You don't want to know. It's probably like 70 or 72 out. Beautiful sunny day. Oh, good, Mary. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get in there. You never know. It might have just been one little thing was rubbing against something, and by you doing that, you took care of it. Yeah, it was beautiful today. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna be like, we had a storm? Really? Yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. In fact, I was talking to somebody about my air conditioner and heater, just trying to get them on a schedule because I know they're busy right now. But I'm like, I'm just going to call because I keep forgetting to, and I need to get them out here just to do scheduled maintenance more than anything. Hey, Anna. And he said, yeah, tomorrow we're going to be wakeboarding out on the lake. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yesterday we had snow. Tomorrow you're wakeboarding because it's going to be in the 70s. Yeah, Mary, sometimes just moving stuff around that's all it takes. And then it'll just do what it does, you know, just by wiggling stuff. Hey, Dahlia. Yeah, today's finally a better day, Dahlia. Only yesterday, man, I was exhausted last night. It was a good day, but I was exhausted. Hey, Jazzy. I mean, I did not plan on having to clean out my side shed because of a freeze down here. I know it needed to be done, but that's not how I wanted to be doing it. But I did it yesterday, and it wasn't going to be that bad. I just had to get in there. When I moved here a couple of years ago, you know how you just move and you just kind of put stuff, and then you know, like later, you're going to go back and reorganize. So you always know later is always later. Well, I'm at later, you know. So I was getting frustrated because I was things in there I needed to find, and I knew they were in there, and I couldn't find them. So I was like, this is the year. I've got to get in there. Well, yeah, what a way to have to get in there, but it's done. It's organized. I found everything. I'm good. So now one more down. No, Mary. We can get you through most of it. You know, I've done so much with machines. Yeah, we can get you through a lot of stuff without you having to take it to the shop. Yeah, you just got to get on and start sending people messages. And we can FaceTime, we can do whatever and go through things and try all the stuff that I know how to do before you know you have to go into a shop. Most of the stuff I know how to do, you're not going to have to go to the shop. You'll probably find it. But I'm going to be able to tell you if it's beyond me. So tonight, Faye, aka Hannah, had a request. And this is actually kind of fun. I hope you guys go ahead and just send us requests. We love this, all of us that are doing these lives. You know, if you see something on one of our lives or on our videos or anything that you see that you want to know more about or whatever, don't be afraid to say something. You know, we'll be more than happy to talk about it. So, no, Ediani, my damage, knock on wood, I think I'm going to make it for about $50 in repairs. I had one little area outside, which the way my my water system is set up is it goes through my whole house filtration system. So it starts at the main out at the street, comes in, goes through my whole house filtration system, and then goes up. Well, the sad thing is with everything built down here for tropical southern climates and not for northern weather, which is where I grew up, it's outside. And they had it encased in insulation, but pipe insulation is it's not meant for 5-degree weather, which is what we had with 18 below wind chill. So, or 8 below wind chill, I'm sorry. But so I knew no matter what I did, that was sitting in a very bad spot, just regardless. I couldn't, without putting a heater on it, I'm just hoping for the best. So I just had a little area about that big that had a crack, and it's kind of like a plastic pipe. So we were able to fix that. My neighbor fixed that for me real quick, and I got my water up and running. And then my filtration system is probably the same age as my house, which is 12 years old. And the heads, the relief valves, are plastic. Again, I can only do what I can do. It was in an insulated shed. You don't put heat on an insulated shed and walk away. That is a no. So I did the best I could. I put a light bulb on it and tried my best, and that cracked. It's not bad. It's dripping. So at least I can keep going. So I ordered that part. My one of my coworkers came over. Those of you that don't know, I'm in construction management. We don't perform, we just manage, but we still know, you know, if things can be fixed. So I had him come over real quick and just asked him, is that a standard valve or is that proprietary to this water system? And he goes, no, I think that's standard. So I looked up the part, because the part number was right on the side, and I picked it up for like $30. So they would have probably charged me $500 to come out and and replace that and fix it and go. So I ordered that for 30 bucks. And when it comes in next week, he's going to come out and help me put it on. And so I think I'm going to get away for about 50 bucks fixing everything. And wow, there's some people that are in some bad ways down here. Yeah, because the houses aren't built for this. And then a lot of people just don't know. You know, they're never have experienced anything like this. And so they didn't even know how to prepare, how to get ready for anything. Or I'm running around, you know, opening everything, wrapping as much as I can on stuff, and just doing what I know how to do to get ready for this, knowing that this house isn't 100% built for what is coming, and just hoping for the best on the rest of it. So, hey, Shayna. So my house never got above 54 throughout all of this. My furnace couldn't keep up because, again, not sized for this, so it's a smaller unit. And so I stayed upstairs where it was warmer. And then down here in the studio, I had oversized my mini split just because I dye yarn and fiber, and it gets really hot and humid down here. So I knew in the summer I was going to have to, it was going to have a huge air conditioning load. So I oversized it, and it's still, by oversizing it, because it was meant, usually you size by the square footage. And so I went 200 square feet higher than the size of this studio, and it couldn't get above probably 58 to 60 down here was the best. And that was after the coldest day. The very coldest day, I think it was probably 52 down here at the highest. Now, it didn't really feel that bad. I was really shocked because I saw the temperature, but it seemed like it was much warmer. Hold on. My cat is like being a little brat. He's knocking everything off the table and playing with it. You little stinker. So I didn't feel quite so bad because it seemed okay. I put my dog down here, so we didn't have to go down the steps because I live on pier and beam, and the steps got icy all the time, and I was constantly having to de-ice them. And my dog is just gusto. I mean, she does everything with as much gusto as you can give, and that or she's sleeping. It's one or the other. So I always call her my sleeper go dog, because that's what she does. Well, I'm like, I'm sorry, but your little cute, sassy little ways are downstairs in the studio until this is all over, because you're not dragging me down the ice. And she wasn't happy, but at least she was down here with the cat, and they were cozy. They had, as some of you have seen, that there's a couch down here. And I put all kinds of blankets down here for them to burrow into. And they had that, and they had each other. And I'd come down, and I was still kind of shocked at how nice it was down here. So I was like, I need to move down to the studio. It feels better down here. Had I not had these windows, and then I have a big one up there and a couple more over there, it probably would have been warmer. But I had covered up all, like my doors, I'd covered those up really well. And I did that upstairs too. I had some big windows that I couldn't get to, but all the ones I could get to, I covered up really good. I probably should have shrink wrapped them like we usually do up north. And I don't know if I could have got that down here, but I didn't know it was going to get down to 5 until they predicted the second storm coming in, and it was too late by then. You know, that was, I didn't even know we were supposed to get hit 3 or 4 times. I thought it was maybe twice. So you do what you do, and we got through it, but it's all good. Who else is here? Hey, Dev. I wonder if Faye has made it. I don't want to start this part. So like I was saying earlier, if you have anything that you see that any of us are doing, any of us, it's not just me, Amber, or Gabby, but anybody does in their videos, don't be afraid to ask them, hey, you know, can you talk a little bit more about that? I want to see that. Can you do this? Can you do that? We love to do that. So Faye is going to be taking a bag making class later on this year, and she needs to get an industrial machine. So she was asking me about mine and wanted me to kind of go over it with her and stuff. And I thought, well, why don't we just kind of talk about all my machines if we're going to just talk about one? That way, maybe this doesn't apply to people, but this is one of those things where you don't need it until all of a sudden one day you wake up and you're like, oh, I need one of those. And I'm going to go over the different types of industrial machines, because there's not just one. There's a million of them. But they serve a purpose. They are probably cheaper than the home machines, because the home machines, they know they're going to make some money on you. Where these are truly commercial, industrial business machines, kind of like the Ricoma and the Melcos and the Tahimas and all of those. Those are all commercial, industrial machines where the brother 10 needle, the baby lock, all that is kind of a borderline home small business machine. So they're meant for a different type of use. You can use them like Angela does, but they're not meant for that super heavy commercial day in and day out heavy duty use. You will use them, but you'll also notice they have limitations where the industrial and commercials don't have the limitations. And we'll get into that a little bit more so. So it's one of those where if you're not aware of this kind of a thing, it doesn't hurt to at least go and scout it out and just become familiar with what's out there. There could be a day where you're like, I need to know, and I need one of those, and I need it now because my business is screaming. You know how it goes. You've been seeing people's businesses blow up and they have to make decisions on the fly. Well, that is exactly how it happens. And this one came out of that decision on the fly. And I'll get into all of that with you. I love this machine. I've had this machine. I bought it right in the recession, right before I went back to work, because I'd gotten laid off for a couple of years. I couldn't find a job for like 3 years. So I was trying to make my business go, but I'm sure those of you that heard the story know hard to make a business go when there's a recession going, and then you are selling everything overseas. And then at the end of all that, then the post office steps up and takes your overseas business away because they tripled the price of all the shipping. So it was kind of a really weird time for me. But I'll talk about why I ended up getting this and all that. Let's see who else came on that I have not said hi to yet. It's like everybody I have. All right. And I don't see Faye. So Faye can catch up with us later. That's all right. If she can't make it right now, it's all good. But so does that sound good to you guys? Do you want to know, hey Pia, do you want to know about one over the other first? Because I've got my brother over here that is a combo sewing embroidery machine. Then we can go over there and look at my Janome, which is also, again, a combo sewing machine with embroidery. And then I've got my Juki serger right down here. And I also have one more. I have my very first one that I bought myself, because you guys all know the story. I grew up in a family that had sewing machines and a sewing machine business and stuff like that. So I had access to all kinds of machines on my own, but the very first one that I bought myself without anybody else giving me any guidance, and that one's not down here, it's upstairs in the house. I leave that one up there for if I want to sew really late at night or something and I just don't want to come outside and go downstairs, because I have to go down like 15 stairs outside in the dark and then come under my house, and that's where my studio is at. It's completely separated from my house. I can't, walk out of here and go straight upstairs. And that's good and bad. I like it that way. It's great for taxes. It's great for resale. It's great for everything, except for that late night when you don't want to go outside, or the weather sucks and it's raining or something and you don't want to go outside. So I have one upstairs. Huge patterns hanging out, Shayna. Yeah. Actually, those patterns, we'll look at those in a minute if you want to. Those patterns are little girls. That's a ruffle for her skirt. Believe it or not, I just haven't cut it out yet. And then above it is the armhole and stuff like that. So it's all in one piece. I printed them out and taped them all together. And I have not cut them out yet. That's another sample I still have to do. And I'm trying to work through an order that I've got right now for my coworker who had a baby. And so he ordered 4 pair of mocks from me, and I'll show you those. You've probably already seen them though. I listed them on my Etsy. I've posted 2 of them on my Instagram. And then I'm making him an outfit for her. And I was supposed to take all this last week, but obviously that didn't work. So I just have to make the shirt yet. And then I'll be able to take that to him this week. But I thought, well, I'll show you guys those real quick too, if you want to really see them in person. But, oh, Faye's driving home. Okay, then I will wait. Ediani, do you know how much longer it's going to take her to get home? Because then I'll wait on this part until she's there, because I wanted her to be able to ask questions. And I told her that. I said, just ask me all kinds of questions when we're doing this. And then she can learn all about it right away, because I don't really want to start if she's got questions. Yeah, everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. We're going to have all kinds of good content. Now that I'm finally getting on top of some things, I'm hoping to be able to do some more videos now. My life's been a little crazy with work. My work ebbs and flows, and I'm finally kind of at a quiet spot for hopefully a few more weeks, maybe a month. Every time I say that, though, I jinx myself. But I think I'm okay. Could change tomorrow. And so I'm hoping I can get some pre-made videos done too. I know those take a little bit longer, and that's why I'm kind of been avoiding, because I know I will record and then it may just sit there because I don't have time to edit. So yeah. Oh, good, Mary. Good. I'm glad some people are working. I hope you all are working while we're doing this. And guess what? He just knocked something else off. He's so cute, though. He's such a little stinker. Oh, man. He's the most chill cat I've ever had. I've had cats my entire life, and I've never had a cat this chill. But you lay something on a table or whatever, and he can't resist it. He's got to paw at it, and he's got to make it go off. And once it's off, then it's like, okay, I've done my mission. But, oh, yeah, now we're at a pencil. He was playing with a dog toy a minute ago. So he's so funny. Oh, he's so funny. Okay, 10 minutes. All right. Well, then we will wait. Let me show you, since Shanna, you mentioned about that pattern. Let me show you. Okay. So this is a big pattern here. This is that dress that has the elephant on it that you see on my site. So this is all sizes together. And a lot of times what I do is I'll just print it out once, and I will take, and I know I'm going to throw you guys for a loop here, okay? So this is my background here, okay? So this is called trace paper or bum wad or onion skin, okay? So this is from the drafting world. And I will take this and lay over it and trace the size that I need, so that I keep that, unless I want to keep reprinting, but it's a way to save on ink and to save on that kind of paper. And then this is fairly close to the tissue paper that patterns are. It's a little bit thicker, but you can see right through it. Super easy. And I just take a Sharpie or a pen, or I love my mechanical pencils, and I just trace and put some music on or something and just sit and knock it out. And sometimes I'll do a whole bunch of patterns in one evening, and then I'm done, and I'll do like just my samples. And then as the orders come in, then I'll do the size that they come in, but I save them all then. And I put them in a file system or in some way to keep them all together. And that way I can just keep going back. And then if I ruin this, it doesn't matter. I'll just go do another one without having to print it out. But I love this because then I can make modifications on this as well, because I can have that other pattern underneath. And if I don't quite like it, this is the way Amber works too, to some degree. When she modifies, she probably traces on there, but I lay this on there and then I can trace over it and see any modification I make. And if I don't like it, I can erase it, or I can mess with it a little bit if I don't like the way something came out when I did my, my sample. Or as they say in the industry, muslin. And that's because samples are made out of actual muslin fabric. And sometimes I will do that. I will take muslin and make a fabric. I mean, make a sample. Muslin's super cheap. It's like maybe $2, $3 a yard. And so that's why they use it. And it's about the weight of cotton, like a sewing cotton. So it's a real good weight, real easy to work with. Frays a little bit, but other than that, super simple. But that's that one. And then when you're looking at this other one right back here, then that's mainly just a ruffle. And then the template for the armhole, which is like a little sleeve. They call it the armhole template. Why? I don't know. It's a sleeve. So anyway, but that's how I do a lot of them. And then I'll put them up there with a clip. And if you guys didn't know, you can take a pin, just a regular pin. And I just use the ones that are all silver. I don't know if you can still buy those. Maybe you can. I know all of them that I see now have like the rounded head and they're all colors and stuff. This one is just purely silver with, looks like kind of a rounded little head, real tiny nail head is kind of what it looks like. So if you take that over to your wall and you take a hammer and just real lightly tap, 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 you'll never see the hole when you pull it out. And then you put that up there and you can hang all your stuff on it. Now, it's not going to hold a lot of weight, but if you're doing patterns, patterns aren't heavy. So you can do them all over your walls, and very seldom are you going to see that nail head when you came out. I used to be a visual merchandiser way back when, and that's what we did. We took pins and we would just real lightly tap them in, and we never had to fix the walls after that because you couldn't see it. So that's how I always put all my stuff up on the walls, and it looked like it was floating or whatever, because then I could leave them out and just kind of pull them out a little bit. So you guys can do that for pictures even. So you can do that. Put your stuff up on the walls instead of having to, how am I going to do this? You know, so if you want it up on a wall and you want to be able to take pictures and stand it out from the wall, you just tap, 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 tap. It takes a few minutes, kind of move it out, and then take your pictures. So, but anyway, this stuff is really awesome. You can get it at Hobby Lobby. You can get it at Michael's. They call it trace paper, I think now. It's over in the drafting section if you go to Hobby Lobby, and it comes in a lot of different widths. This is the widest one, and I believe that's 14, 18 inches. Where's my ruler? 18 inches. It's an 18-inch. You might be able to get 24, but you can pick it up even in shorter lengths too. So I love it. A roll of this lasts me forever. And if you use, wherever you go, I know Hobby Lobby's 40% is going away, but if you go to Michael's and get it, they still have coupons. You can use a coupon and get it fairly good. You can buy it probably, I'm assuming, on Amazon and stuff, but it might be a little more expensive. But I usually just save a coupon for this stuff and buy the biggest roll I can, and then it lasts forever. Hey, Samantha, thanks for joining. Who else we got? Anybody else I missed? Hey, so I cannot wake up today after yesterday, guys. I was in bed. I think I went to bed at 8:30 last night. I couldn't stay awake. It was so good. The weather was absolutely gorgeous when I was doing that. In fact, I kind of took my time yesterday afternoon, just putzing around, putting everything back and just trying to put nails up to hang up all my stuff, my tools, my bike rack that goes on the back of my car. Just make it all nice and neat and organized so that I never have to go do that again, because that's kind of why I was like, oh, I'll get to that later in that shed. And now that, you know, I was able to get in there and pull stuff out, then I had a couple of things I was like, oh yeah, got to put that in there. Now where am I going to put that? Because that doesn't need to be out here, but I don't know what to do with that yet, but I don't want to throw it away yet. So yeah, it was crazy. It was nice. It was beautiful. It was a wonderful day. And I just took my time. And then I ran a couple of errands later in the afternoon. And people are crazy down here. They lost their brains again. But the stores are all sold out of everything. We were out of gas. We were out of everything. I mean, it was like they thought the apocalypse had hit. So I was like, I'm just going to wait, you know, let them all go do their thing. And then I'm going to go and get what little thing. The only thing I needed was like dog food. I was running low. And I knew I'd be fine till this weekend. So I was like, I'll go get some dog food and hopefully I won't have to stand in line to get in, because that's what's been happening down here. Everybody floods the stores. And so then they have to start controlling how many are going in, one out kind of thing. And I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'll just go to the pet store. We're not going to have to do that. So I thought on the way home, I was just so exhausted. I was going to stop at this little Chinese place that's right down from the Joann's, because I went into Joann's and I just got 2 things of fabric. I'll give you my little fabric haul, and I'll show you guys that. It's not going to take long, but I'm like, I'll save it. You guys will enjoy that. But I went in there real quick and grabbed a couple of things because I'm trying to put some more samples together as I'm making this outfit for my coworker. I can't sell the bummy pattern, like the fabric that I bought for them, because it's Dumbo. Super cute though, but I can't sell it. So I was going to use her shirt that I'm making as a sample and take a picture of it, but I'm like, I need bummies to go with it. So I got to go get some fabric. And I know I'd already been in there a few times, and our Joann's, it's kind of hit and miss. It's good a lot of the times, but sometimes one day they won't have anything in one section, and the next day all of a sudden they got a ton of stuff, and then you go in 3 days later and then there's nothing again, and another day later and there's different things. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back and look again. And they did. They had a couple of things, and I'd been looking at this one print, not quite sure if it's what I wanted, but I kept looking at it and I'm like, okay, I keep going back to that. So I do like it. So I just grabbed it and I thought, it's probably going to be cuter than I think as a bunny. And I'm sure you guys will tell me it's going to be absolutely cute. And I'm sure tomorrow when I get it done, I'm going to love it. But I thought I'm going to get that so that I'm making, hey, Faye, awesome. Don't worry about being late. I was just telling them stories, waiting for you. So I wanted to make sure I capitalize. And you guys need to remember this when you're making stuff for gifts, even capitalize on it. If it's something that you want to put in your Etsy store, make sure you've got the fabric and you're using that fabric to make that gift so that you've got your sample made. Gift goes out the door. You've got a picture, your sample's up, you're done. So all I got to do then is make the bummies, and then the bummies will just be sitting here, but the shirt goes out the door. So I've got to get this all organized, and then I ordered, so I bought enough of, it's a linen top. I'll show you guys all that. And then I bought some linen by the yard too. I'm one of those where when I buy huge bulk of fabric for like the clothes and stuff, because I know I'm going to use it for a whole bunch of stuff. And my shop, I'm basing it a lot on the leather mocks and the shoes. And I've got some new sandals that I'm going to be doing. Knits and linens. And that's my fabrics. And then I might throw in an occasional different type of fabric as an accent or a seasonal piece. But that's kind of my basis of my line, and then I just go from there. So yeah, I'll have some minky stuff because I will have a few blankets here and there, and I will have some quilted stuff because I have an original quilt that I based on the elephant off of one of my mocks, which I now need to remake in a different color because they quit selling that color that I was selling like crazy, because it was it's the easiest way to call it is kind of a gray sage. It was beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, such a perfect neutral. Couldn't have been any more perfect. I sold a ton of that one. It was the perfect elephant color, everything. They discontinued that color. I'm like, well, of course you did, because I'm selling it. So it's so crazy. But you guys just, you'll just have to learn how to, turn on the fly. You always have to, even when you buy wholesale on stuff, that's not a guarantee that you're going to always be able to get it for like a season, more than a season or 2 or 3. It just depends. Now, leathers don't turn as much as, say, fabrics do, but they still will pull down in these lines on the amount of colors that they give. And it never fails. It's always the good colors. The really nice, easy colors to use are the ones that are like, man, and they're gone. And I'm like, no. And yeah. So how was everybody's day? I've already been telling you all about mine. How are you guys doing? You guys had a good Sunday? It's man, it's end of February already. Can you believe that? It's almost March. Coffee. I'm one of the few. I can drink coffee until I go to bed. Crash. But I have this. If you guys like coffee, I drink this flavored coffee, and I never thought I would be a flavored coffee person. Sorry, I'm just looking to see what he's playing at, and now he can have it as cap off of the water bottle. But I just don't want him losing something for me. But I've really gotten into this one company. It's called Bones Coffee. They're out of Florida. It's amazing, guys. And I am a very picky coffee drinker. My coffee has to be a certain way. I'm not one of those that necessarily likes to go out to the coffee houses all that much. I'm probably like Angela in the fact that she likes her Dunkin' and she likes one thing at Dunkin', maybe another thing. That's it. And that's kind of the way I am. So everything that I love is what I make at home, and I get it just right. I have a certain coffee I like. I have a certain way I make it. And then I have a few twists that I throw in, and it's the bomb. So I don't know what got me to try this, but I had seen somebody I was following on Instagram that did it and tried it and said it was amazing. They're out of Florida. And I've had probably 3 orders from them. And out of all those 3, there's maybe only 1 or 2 flavors that I had that I was like, it's not that it's bad, but I just kind of went, it was good, but I probably won't order that again. But oh my goodness, the one that I'm in love with is called Dunkin' to Donuts, something like that. I can't remember, something to donuts. Dunkin' to Donuts, I think, or I don't know, but it tastes like a jelly donut with the powdered sugar on the outside. Oh my God. I ordered that on a whim thinking, probably not going to like that one. My favorite flavor out of all of them I've tried. Then they have s'more time, which tastes like a s'more. That one's really good. The one that I like as a cold coffee is cookies and cream. I don't like it so much hot, but let me tell you, if you make cold coffee, it is, oh my, so good. So the way that I do mine, and it might make a difference. So that's what I'm going to tell you the way I do it. So all the time when I make coffee, I've got a collagen powder that I put in that I get off of Amazon. It's Level Up. And it's got 5 times of collagen in it, and then it's got the hyaluronic acid and the biotin and all that good stuff in there. And I do it for my shoulders because I've got very bad shoulders, and I've been using it for years, and it makes a difference. Now, when you put it in your coffee too, it makes it super creamy. So I will take, and I use half and half in my coffee, and I'm not shy with my half and half. Now, I don't get over. It's not that I have a little coffee with my half and half, but like in a cup like this, my half and half probably goes up to about there. Then I will put in my scoop of my collagen powder, and then I use stevia. So then I put in however much stevia you like, however sweet you like yours. I like mine, not super sweet, so just a little bit under the super sweet. So I use probably like 4 packets in something like this, 4 to 5 packets. And then I have a whip that I bought, and the whips matter too. Believe it or not, it matters because I've bought several and they do differ. So I've got the whip that I get off of Organic Burst because I use a lot of superfoods as well. So I buy from Organic Burst. So you can go look at all this, organicburst.com and all that. I'll put all these little companies in after we're done. So if you want to go check them all out, you sure can, and make sure they know I sent you, because I've spent a lot of money over there. Now I know Angela's just still trying to get a sponsorship or whatever from Dunkin', and she's not getting it. So I know I'm not going to get one from them, but it wouldn't hurt to say, hey, she mentioned you over there. But so then I have this whisk, and it's battery operated, and this thing, like, it gets down there and it whips it up, and it's almost like whipped cream when you get done. If you do it for I probably do it for like about a minute, and it really foams it up. And then I put my coffee in. Now, if I do it cold, I do that off to the side in a cup. I still use the same amounts, but I do that in a cup. And then I make my coffee and I put all my ice in a big, because you know ice always dilutes. So you make your coffee just a little bit stronger than what you like. And then you put your ice in. So then I pour that over the ice, and then I leave enough for however much you've got there. At the top, put that in, and I don't necessarily mix it. I just get a straw and just real lightly just kind of push it down a little bit because I want that nice little whip that I've got going on for there as long as possible. That cookies and cream is every bit as good as something you're going to go buy over at Starbucks or Dunkin' or anything. It is amazing. I was so shocked. It tastes just like cookies and cream. So I'm in love with that. And then the other thing that I love that I do with my coffee is I get whatever roast you like. So we're not talking a flavored coffee on the coffee here, just a nice, good flavored base coffee. And so I like something that has a little bit of a body to it, not, you know, a weak breakfast coffee when I make this flavor that I'm going to tell you about. And this is the bomb too. So I do my regular, my half and half, and my collagen and my stevia. Then I add in a small scoop of cocoa powder, which never ever dissolves. Just telling you, you're going to have this down at the bottom, or whatever floats around is what you're going to have left that you drink. And then in a cup like this, okay, so this is a good size or bigger one, I put in a healthy 1/8 of a teaspoon of cayenne powder. And it is amazing when you whip it all up. And let me tell you, that cayenne, if you like cayenne, you're never going to go back. It is so, so good. Who just came on here? I plan to create. Hey, what is your name? I never have known your name. I keep seeing your screen name, but I like to know. I'm learning everybody's names here pretty well. Yeah, everything coffee. I'm everything coffee, guys. So some people have to limit themselves. I know, Ediani. Yeah, I have coffee when I get up. I'll have coffee in the evenings, and I'm so glad I can just drink coffee and go to bed. But they do have a decaf over at Bones. You don't have as much of a choice. I've never tried decaf because I don't have to worry about it. But I'm not kidding, guys. The Bones coffee is pretty darn good for the flavors, and they've got some pretty amazing flavors. There's a lot of them. So they have a sampler that you can buy where I think you can choose 5 flavors, and they'll give you 4 ounces of 5 flavors. What a great way. I did that the very first time, and that was how I found the ones that I like. I like Bananas Foster too. I didn't think I was going to like that because I have an aversion to banana flavoring. From when I was a kid, I had some medicine that made me sick that was banana flavored. And so if it's a fake banana flavor, it takes me back to that every time. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. This stuff is really good. It's almost like banana bread. It is so, so, so good. Yeah, see, I'm not a huge like flavored coffee person, but this stuff, I don't know. It speaks to me for some reason. I don't know why. It just really is. It really does. Hey, Evemar. Debbie, thank you. Thank you. Now I'm going to try and remember that, okay? I'm sorry if I ask you a few times. I'm bad with names, but I'm getting a little better here. Okay, so now that we have Faye, and I've told them about what we're doing, and that you had asked me to talk about the industrial machines for you. I thought I'm just going to talk about all my machines. That way, if you guys have questions about some of them, we can go through that. I don't have a multi-needle. I'm sure I will go down that rabbit hole sometime in the future. My business is not 100% embroidery like a lot of the other girls, so it's not somewhere that I'm at this moment. 6 months might be a whole different story. I don't know. Hey, Sierra. So, but I'm not, I will probably be there. I'm not saying I won't be. I just don't know that it's something that I need right away. Yeah, I would love to have one. Don't get me wrong. If I got one, I'd be having a good time over there. But I've got to stop and think with the way I've got my business blended, and I've already got my business model set. A lot of you are still working on doing that. So you can kind of maneuver yet a little bit. I've already got my base set. I've got the way I'm doing things. So if I make a shift, I have to be kind of careful about what that shift is and how I do it. Now I will be adding things as we go that are embroidered, and I do see me having a multi-needle in some fashion just because of these single needles. For me, I lose a lot of time. Even just a little bit, I use them. And I mean, I go through times where I use them a lot, and then I go through a time where I'm sewing more. But when I am using them, to stop and rethread every single time, that does not make good business sense to me. So even the little bit that I've got in my shop now, but I'm going to be adding a lot more. So the little bit doesn't mean anything anymore. I see a multi-needle being totally doable and needing one fairly soon. So I say this now, and then probably like 2 months, I'm like, guys, good luck. You see me doing that. I don't know, Faye. You know, I'm one of those where I totally get the don't go for what you need now, go for what you're going to need, because I've been there, done that, rode that boat with some of these others. So when I really start doing some of this, I have got to assess exactly how many colors I'm doing at any given time, whether it makes sense for me to get a 6, a 10, or a Melco. I totally see, and it's not even just the needles that's driving my decision. It's size of frame is the biggest driver for me, actually. And I know the Melco's frame, the biggest frame you've got is big. And I do enough quilting too for special requests and commissions. And the quilting I do, and we'll talk about this one too, but the quilting that I do has very simple quilting. I'm not a long arm person, don't get me wrong. I would love to go down that rabbit hole too, but you know, I've already got too many irons and too many fires, so I can't do that. So I've got to be realistic. And I started realizing that the embroidery machine, I know, does a lot of that for you, because I've seen the files out there. And I'm like, you know, that makes some sense for me, just for my business model, because my quilts are just more about what I do than they are about the actual quilted part. And the quilted part is a time consumer that I don't have. So if I can throw it on one of the multi-needles and let it do its thing, and all I have to do is move it, score. And I think that would take my quilts to the next level, because I'm not 100% happy with my limitations that I have here. And the step past that is a long arm of some kind. Now, I don't do enough to justify that. So I need a machine like all of these that I've got that do more than one thing for me. Okay, so the Juki only does one thing. That's a serger, but she can only do one thing. So we understand that. And she does it very well. And Ediani can even attest to it. So, hey, Sandy, glad you could join us. So, question about serging and the different feet. What foot is best to use when making blankets and burp claws, things like that? Okay, I've only got one foot for my serger, and I've never had the need for another one so far. I know you can get others. I would wait until you know what the feet are, what they're used for, and what you need really when you're doing things. Most of the time, you only need one or two when it even comes to your machines or sewing machines. There's others out there that are bells and whistles. They're awesome. I've got them. Do I use them often? No. But they are a foot that you will use, that when you need it, you need it. When you have it, it makes your life a lot easier. So for now, I would just go with your burp cloths and your blankets. Just use the foot that you've got that comes with the serger. I think that's really all you need. It's not asking you to do anything special. All you're doing is putting those 2 pieces or 3 pieces of fabric together and serging them. So that there I don't see a need for a special foot on that yet. But yeah, you're going to have a chance to do some other things as you play with your machine and as you expand your business. And if you need other feet, go get them. They're not that expensive. They really aren't. It's just, I'm one of those where I don't like to spend money for feet that I'm going to use once or something I'm not 100% sure I need. So everything I've got is multi-use, which is where I was kind of going with all of this. So right now, when I also, to get back to the multi-needle question, when I start looking at what all these cost, okay, and those of you that know me know I am not afraid of buying a used machine. And that's just because I grew up in a sewing machine family, and my uncle had a sewing machine, the Sew and Back, and he sold brand new machines and fixed machines. I learned so much from all that I am not afraid to buy a used machine. I know when I go to buy a used machine and we test it, I know when it's no bueno and I know when it's working good. Even if I don't know, say, the machine really well, I still know. You know, it's just kind of like a car. You know, you don't know that brand of car very well, but you know if it drives well or not. You know if something's making a funny noise or whatever, or it's just not quite working like it's supposed to. Same thing. So, oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Eddie. It's all right. We'll still be here. And so I am looking at the fact that I've got size of frame. So I've got to be able to do some of my quilts on this. I've got to be able to do shirts. I've got to be able to do blankets. I've got to be able to do towels. I'm going to start doing, and I don't know how many of you have watched my last live last week, but I've always wanted to open another shop called Scandeez Home. And it's going to be home-based things. But up until now, my time has been extremely limited. So I'm held off until I can do it justice. So that's in the future. So I'm aware that that's coming. And so then I'm going to be doing things for that, like pillows and towels and bathrobes and stuff like that. So those are bigger, bulkier items. And I've got to pay attention to the fact, can that multi-needle handle that too? So a 6 needle is great. And that would get me going for what I'm doing now. Okay. So let's get to the 10 needle. The 10 needle gives me 4 more needles. And then we get to the Melco, that's 15. Okay, so we've covered that. So 6 is kind of limited. I already know that 6 is going to probably still frustrate me because I'm going to be changing threads a lot. And that's the whole purpose out of the gate, is I don't want to be changing threads a lot. So a 10 needle gets me to, all right, I'm not changing threads a lot. Now, am I going to use a full 10 needle all the time? No. I'm probably going to be somewhere between the 4 and 7 to 8 range. But then that also means I can always leave my colors that I use a lot on. So that would be black, white, and then I've got kind of an amberish tan color that I use for stitch down and for showing me where to lay down on my fabrics. So that's kind of my 3 that are my base colors. So that would give me room for that. Okay, so now we've gotten to the 10 needles. So the 10 to 15, that's great. 15 is just even better. The 15 is faster. The 15, okay, the 15 is a commercial. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so the 6 and 10, like I was saying earlier, are a home/small business machine. So they are not meant for that extreme, excessive, all day, constant, nonstop use. They are used, they're going to be there and they're going to be a workhorse for you. Don't get me wrong. They're not going to be something that's going to break down all the time. But they're also not meant to be push, 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 push. If you're running 8-10 hours a day solid, you're going to have a lot more maintenance with them. Now, they're going to keep going, don't get me wrong, but you're going to have to maintain them a lot more often because they're not built for that kind of use. Where now we're talking the industrial commercial machines, which is the Melco, the Racoma, all those. Okay, so we've got that going for it. All right, so heavier use. Now my heavier use also means then my quilts that I'm going to put on there are going to put it through a little bit more of a test. So I need that machine to be a little bit hardier to be able to handle that. So, okay, that's a tick for going to the commercial, the Melco, the Racoma side. Now, here's the other one, price, okay? You start getting up into those tens, they are the exact same price as the commercial industrial machines. This is where I was telling you guys, those are usually a little lower in price than the home-based and the home / small business-based ones. They usually tend to come in at the same. So now we're starting to get in the same ballpark price range as these that are the Baby Lock, the Brother, that kind of thing, to the industrial. So if I'm going to buy brand spanking new, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to, straight out of the gate, I'm going to go industrial because price, it's got the size of the hoop, it's got the beefiness I need. I'm not going to have to spend a lot of time maintaining it as you are going to have to do on these others. Now, what would swing me back to this other? If I found a drop dead deal, I cannot walk away from this deal. This makes so much sense to buy this machine and then get the other one a little bit later down the road. So if I would to get into, say, one of the Brothers of the Baby Locks, the 10 needle, and I'd pick that up for a deal, and I'm talking $7,000-8,000. If I could pick one up, or sometimes you might even find them less, and you know, and I'm going to give you a little tip here. If you know those are a deal, and you're not ready to sink like the 10 to 15,000, and you can only come up with like the 6 to 7, then you get that because it'll get you going. And then, as Angela says, that's an employee. So then I've got an employee and I'm good. And it's getting me down the road a little further. It's going to get me over another hump and get me down for another, however long. You know, some people it's a couple months, some it's a year, some it's 2. So you start saving and making money, and you've got your employee going along with your other employees. So you get that going. Then if you don't find that deal and you're going to go straight out of the gate, and I really say just go the other way. I really do. I mean, that's just my personal opinion about the industrial versus the smaller, the Brother, the Baby Lock. Now, if you know you're not going to put it through a ton, or you've just really got your heart set on that one, do it, because we all get those machines that we just dream about, and you just got to have it. You know, it may not make 100% perfect sense, but you know it's still going to be used and loved and whatever. So go for it, do it. Hey, Dawn, I missed you coming in, sorry. So give it a go. It's not going to be a bad choice. And as you know, you can always sell it later. If for some reason you're like, yeah, that's not working, or it's time to move up and I need that money, you can sell it. That's the one thing about those kinds of things. So let me see what I'm missing. Have plastic parts in the industrial hub. You know, Dawn, I hesitate to totally agree or disagree with those kinds of thoughts anymore, because until we can actually get under the hood of them, you don't really know, because so many of them have plastic parts, and then some of them have a lot of metal with a few plastic parts. And you just got to really, and it's not even a brand, it's the machine. So some machines are lower end and others are more metal, and you just got to really get in there and get under the hood. You just got to. So the only one that you're going to know 100% does not have plastic parts are these basic industrial machines. I mean, this baby is heavy. The head alone is probably 75 pounds without the table. I mean, if I have to lift it up literally out of the table, I've got to have somebody helping me. It's brutal. It's really brutal. It's heavy. All the working parts are underneath. I will do my best to show you guys that. So that was, I have a Janome, Mary. I've had a Janome for 20 some years, and I'll show you that girl over there. Janomes are amazing, as you know, Mary, because you've got one. Those of you that don't know Janome, they're amazing. They are amazing, amazing machines. It's a name you don't hear a lot because for some reason the others have made bigger names. The very first one that I was telling you that I bought with my own money was a FAF. And I know a lot of you guys don't know how to say it, but it's PFAFF, and that's FAF. The P is silent. And I grew up on a FAF. They are amazing machines as well. Now, the newer ones, the one that I bought upstairs, I bought back in 02, 03, somewhere in there. It was okay. I had days I loved it and days I hated it. And I think it's because the ones I grew up on were all metal, completely all metal, non-computerized. Love it, love it, love it. And that one upstairs, there's been days when I've actually kind of said, you're letting me down a little bit here. You just are. And it might be because it was one of the newer computerized, when computerized was starting to really become a thing. And I think that was its problem, not so much the brand. So the brand is still amazing. I know Amber with Bingham Bliss, her multi-needle is a FAF and she loves it. I wouldn't shy away from a FAF either. But again, that's over with the Baby Lock brother. It's the home/small business model. And so again, you're kind of still there where it's going to take a lot of wear and tear, but you're going to have to maintain it just a little bit more. Sandy, my serger is a Juki. Yes. This bad boy here is not a Juki. But the Jukis are awesome. Don't get me wrong. I bought this bad boy though. He was, I'm going to bring you guys over now so we can start talking about this one. But he was a special made. Okay, you guys, sorry, you got a bird's eye view of my cabinet there. So I tried to peel this off because I didn't like it. But this is from Neil's Saddlery, and they are a horse tack and saddle company that makes all of that stuff. So he has these machines made for their warehouses, and these are actually Consews, Consew. So the company Consew makes that. When you start looking at industrial machines, Consew is a name you're going to see a lot. It's a very popular name. You know Juki, because everybody's talked about Juki, and Juki makes a home machine. So I think that's why you hear about it. They make the sergers, everything. Consew is truly an industrial machine company. So everything they make is only for warehouses and industrial sewing. You can buy them. Don't get me wrong. You can buy them. That's what this is. And most of these industrials all have the same configuration, the same type of look to them. They have the lever for backing up. They have, and these are actually plastic, which kind of bugs me. I'm afraid, especially this one. I really hope this doesn't ever eventually break on me because it turns really hard. I have to push this down to turn the stitch length, which is the way an industrial machine works. The home machines, yeah, it does look like your Juki. They all have the same model kind of shape to them. When we start talking industrials, they're all made like this with the little wheels and the reverse lever and everything. I don't know why that's such a thing for the industrial, but it just is. So brand by brand by brand, they're all going to be about the same. And then all the difference kind of starts coming in over here, depending upon what it does. But let me do this so you can see a little better. It's kind of burning it out. So this is a handle to help me lift it for when I want to go underneath, because this sits in a pan of oil. So there's my pan, and it's filled full of sewing oil. So this sucks through this really big woven piece of what looks like a ribbon that sits down there. There's two of them that sit down there, and it sucks it up through the machine and then lubricates the machine up here. And then this looks like a little percolator for coffee. And so the oil percolates when I'm sewing. And so I can always look over and just kind of check. And a lot of times I won't see it percolating, and I don't know if it's because I'm missing it or whether my level is just a skosh too low. And then I'll go check my level, and my level's fine. So, you know, it takes a lot to go through oil, and you don't really have to check them a whole lot, but it's just kind of a nice little check. Now I've got the heavy duty. I'm trying to back up plus do this at the same time. I've got the heavy duty. This comes with it, thread contraption. So I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen that we've talked about this kind of thing for the embroidery machines, that you always want to get one of those to sit behind your machine or off to the side so that the thread goes through better. Well, this is your only choice with an industrial machine. They sit on these little doohickeys here. And so this one holds two. Some of them only hold one. And these move independent. I've just got it down pretty tight. One of these moves and the other one doesn't, but I've got it down pretty tight. And so then you just thread through, and you can keep a second one there. A lot of times I will actually put my other sewing machine like right by here. If my thread spool will fit on this and I need it, I'll do that, and I'll run it through there too. So yeah, let me see what comments I'm missing over here. Sorry, I've got you guys a little farther away. Mine is not a walking foot machine. I could buy one to add on to it, but it is not. The one thing about most of the industrial machines is if you set your pressure right on your feet right here, and here's how I set my pressure. This turns, and you can kind of see it's already turning. So I can tighten this down and keep it, but I don't. You know, that's just if you feel nervous about it moving on you. But you turn this, and that's how you adjust how hard or light this pulls. So if I do that really well, and I use the right foot, because this foot is good for sliding across, where I've got this metal one that doesn't slide quite as well. So if I need it to slide really well, then I use this one. And there's other tricks to sewing too, to get things to slide. You can use wax paper underneath, and then you just tear it off like it was tearaway stabilizer. So yeah. Have air lifters. Yes. Yeah, the air lifters for the feet and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Pfaff does have a really good line for their factory machines as well. Yes, they really do. They're made in Germany. A lot of brands out there, and they range. Yeah, and Faye, they do. And I wanted to talk to you about yours. Okay. So you can pick up used ones for these as well. Now, these are meant, again, to go through a lot. So if you find one for a fairly good price, have them show you that it works and it works well. Because they're older doesn't mean that you should shy away from them. It's kind of like those old Singer machines. They are really good, and they're old, and they're metal, and they'll go forever. Same with these. Sorry, I'm trying not to move as much, and I can't hold this straight. I'm hoping I'm not making you guys sick. But the industrials will last decades and decades and decades. And that's all that you're looking at is here
and then a little bit underneath, and we'll get to that in a minute. And then the other part, which is easily fixed if it's gone, is this servo motor. And some of them are not servos. Some of them are one speed, but most of the newer ones are servos. And servos have two speeds, fast and run away with you. So I've never gone to the high speed. I've always kept mine in the fast speed, because fast is fast, 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 fast. And I don't want to see what the next speed is. And I'm used to it, and I'm still scared. It's crazy. It's crazy fast. And I'm missing comments here. Sorry, guys. But clutch or servo motor? Yes, mine's a servo. The clutches are a little bit older. If you have a choice, I would go with a servo motor. I've heard that the clutches require a little more maintenance. The servos are all encased, and they are a workhorse. They're going to go and go and go and go. So, yeah, it would be my choice. Now, I've never owned a clutch. I've never seen a clutch or used one. I don't know if there is an advantage. I just know that everybody I read, all the repairmen I've read about, everything, they're like, oh yeah, if you have a choice, you go with the servo. The clutches are a little bit older, a little bit harder to work on, a little bit harder to maintain, that kind of thing. I think the servos are also a little bit smoother when you run them. So they're just newer. But yeah, you can pick up the servo motors too online. eBay's a good place for, I think, a couple $100. So if you have a clutch one, you might be able to flip it over. All you got to do is, either watch a video or something. I think it's kind of easy to switch them. So yeah. Yeah, it is. It's screaming lightning fast. It's scary, guys. It's really, really, really scary how fast they can go. Yeah. So, okay, what I'm going to do here now is let's kind of get into this a little bit more. Let me see if I can manipulate this to get you over to the side here and see if it'll hold. I think I might have to move my computer. So hold up with me, guys. Yeah, because I'm kind of at the end of my line here. I hope I don't lose you. I'm sorry if I drop you. Just don't watch for a second in case this makes you sick. Just got to get you a little closer. You guys would laugh if you saw me manipulating everything. What I'm trying to do to prepare for this. It's a circus over here. I kid you not. Complete with the stool. Okay, so now I think I can move you back. So you can kind of see what's going on here. Down. These little cameras are pretty amazing until I have to move you a million times. There we go. All right, I think that you can see pretty good. And then you can see right there. Okay, so I will move you a few more times if I need to. Let me unclutter my desk here. This is how I sew, guys. It seems like I have a bajillion stuff right here. Anybody else with me, or is it just me? Yeah, and that's why I said I've heard such good things about them, about the servo motors done.
And Mary, you can get them. Okay, so here's my little tip that I was going to tell you guys earlier. And it's just a matter of knowing. Craigslist. Craigslist, Craigslist, Craigslist. Okay, guys? That is the best place to look for a used machine besides going to a sew and vac. If you know, or you have somebody that you know that you can take with, I mean, worst comes to worst, guys. If you're looking at a machine and you need to FaceTime me, FaceTime me, you know? So we can, I can look at it with you if we need to. If you've got one that you're really, really wanting to get, that's a good deal. But I watch Craigslist and people don't know what machines are worth, or they're just wanting to get rid of them. So some of these industrial machines will pop up on there and be a good price. Now, a lot of them too also know what they've got, and they're a fair price. Oh, that's what I told you guys I was afraid of. Sorry. I hit the cord. Sorry. So, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye out, because that's where I'm seeing some good deals on some of these multi-needles that some people got a hold of, and they're like, yeah, I bought it and did a couple of things for the family for Christmas. I just don't use it anymore. Yeah, I gave $10,000 for it. I just want 4. I'm just like, it just kills me, the price. And then you guys are going to die when I show you my baby back here and what I paid for it, just because you got to keep watching. And was I looking for the one back here? No, but it made absolutely no sense to leave it where it was at. So yeah, yeah, hands up. Sorry, guys. I've heard about the Rex walking foot, Sandy. I've actually looked at them. I haven't bought one yet. It's been just long enough that since I've looked at them that I'm not 100% sure that I can even comment on it right now, to tell you the truth. But yes, I have heard of them. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this out. When you're dealing with an industrial machine, and if you're going to do any amount of messing around just with the speed or just testing stuff, you never, ever, ever, ever want your bobbin case in. Ever. You will have the biggest bird's nest, rat nest, not here, but down underneath. And you're going to have to get in there and cut it out and spend hours making sure you got every little fiber with toothpicks, with tweezers. Yeah, and I've been so careful, and it still happened to me once, and it was an accident because I put my foot on the pedal. For those of you that don't know what these really look like down here, it's like a plate. It's like a square rectangle. And I don't want to move you guys again, or I'd show you, but it's a square. It's a square rectangle. Boy, that made a lot of sense. My sister's a geometry teacher, and she'd be like, "Yeah, dummy, a rectangle is a square, and a square is a rectangle." But whatever. It's a rectangle, so it's like you just put your feet on it and push down. Well, when you're sewing, you got to make sure you're really careful not to do that, because they can be real touchy. And I did that, and it made a mess by the time I got it stopped. And I was so mad at myself. So anyway, I'm going to show you guys one thing I do for safety. And just because this motor scares the heck out of me, I always have it in the off position until the minute I'm ready to sew. I never have it 100% on. I always have it off. And then I go turn it on right when I'm going to use it. Okay. Well, let's see. What else? Have I missed anything? You want to change out the feed dog? I've never done that, Sandy. I'm sure there's a way to do that. I'm not afraid of taking a machine apart. I've done it a million times. You get in here and pull this plate out, and then you take, and I don't know why my slider for getting into my bobbin is even here, because it hits my table, and you got to have the table because it's got to sit in the oil. So I'm like, why is that even there? But so you would have to, pull all that off and get in there. And I'm sure it probably comes out fairly easy. It's probably just screws because these machines really are, there's not much to them. They're all underneath. All of this is just a piece of metal. This head right here, there's nothing inside of it except it brings the oil up and distributes the oil. There is no working parts really in here, maybe a little bit more like right here, right at this point. But back over here, nothing really. It's not like our home machines. So these are heavy, but they're mainly just metal. So let me show you this. I've got it on, and I'm just going to run this baby. You guys ready? That's the slow speed. Now, if I were to turn that baby up, you guys see how fast that's moving? Look at that. And she's stuck. There we go. So that's the slow speed. Imagine the fast one is like twice as fast as that. That's why I only go with slow. And I made a mess with my thread. No big deal. This one's easy. That's just the top thread. But yeah, a little scary there. So, okay, my machine now, let's get into the types of industrials that there are. My machine is an extra heavy duty, and I bought it to do my mocks with my leather mocks. So, this is heavier than what most people are going to buy. Okay. So when you're talking industrial, you can get anywhere from dressmaker, where you're doing lightweight materials, and it really only works for really lightweight materials to maybe about a medium weight material. So that's one type. Then you're going to have another type that will go from a light to a heavy medium to maybe a denim kind of weight, to give you girls an idea. So maybe a denim, maybe 2 layers of denim, that kind of thing. So that's a medium machine. And then you're going to have the ones that are more heavier and extra heavy duty. So the heavier ones are going to do your sailcloths and your canvas and your denims and some leathers. And then you're going to have this one who goes pretty much from a medium to heavy to being able to sew through about 4 layers of leather. And I'm talking 4 layers like that of leather. And it'll slice through it like it's butter. So you just need to know, what are my needs? What am I going to not necessarily need today? Again, always look to the future. And if you're only going to ever make dressmaker type of stuff, then you stay with the light end and just stay there and you'll be fine. But if you're not 100% sure, then I'd probably go to the medium end, because the light end is going to do anything from a really light, like a chiffon, to the shears for curtains and that, to probably just at a knit weight, maybe a touch heavier. And that's pretty limited. So you've got to know that's where you're staying, and that's it when you get one of those. Where the others are, the medium weight is probably more the universal for most people. So it's going to take you, again, like I was saying, from the lighter, like the cottons, to your denims and maybe a vinyl and a leather and a canvas, a lighter weight canvas. It's probably not going to do like a heavy, super heavy duty canvas like you would do for tarps and that kind of stuff. If you're going to do that, you're going to need something that's really heavy duty like this. Now, my heavy duty, though, I have cheated it, and I have made it do some of the things I know it's not supposed to do, because I know I can mess with it. And I was surprised at the range I am getting out of this machine, just because I know if I adjust my tension on my foot feed down here, and if I adjust my tensions here,
and make sure my stitch length is correct. And then I get the right foot and I get the right thread, and I don't go into a real fast speed. And I know this is a lot, but this is what it takes for me to adjust my machine to be able to take it down, and I can run it with a little more range. So I've quilted with this just straight. I could somewhat free motion. I don't think I'd want to. It just doesn't, it's not one of its capabilities to be able to do. Now, some of these other, like your medium weight ones, if you wanted to try free motion quilting with it, you could. I think you can do it a little bit better than I can with this one. The needles this one takes, I can't adjust those down. I have to stay at the beefy needles. These are 22s and 18s. I think my 18 is the smallest I can go. It won't take anything smaller than that without jamming. And even 18's a little touchy. It likes the 20s and the 22s, even the 24s. So that tells you also your range on your machine, on the size of needle that you can safely use on it. The one that came on, the one I have is like the heaviest feed dog ever. It's too much free. Sandy, what I would suggest you doing is talking to, there's a specialty industrial repair machine shop here in San Antonio, and I'm sure you've got one there somewhere. And that's all they do is repair industrial machines. They have the industrial machines, they have the parts, they have all the walking, all the feet, all the needles, all the everything. Just call them. And even if they're a state away or something, you just need to call them. And if you can't find somebody, message me and I'll give you the phone number for the one here in San Antonio. And those guys are amazing. You could talk to them even on the phone, and they could probably help you with that foot feed thing and the feed dog, and maybe get you something that's a little lighter, that kind of thing. So you'd be surprised what a lot of these people can do over the phone. These guys that I bought are from Ohio, I believe, and they sent it to me. I bought it through eBay, and they mailed it to me, and I put it together and everything. And they've done everything with me over the phone. I threw this thing out of timing at least once or twice. And if you're going to have an industrial machine, just be aware you probably are going to knock the timing out a few times, and it's not easy to get back, but you just have to know how to do it. And the poor guy, I felt so bad for him. It was really hard for him to make me understand over the phone what I was trying to do, but I got it figured out. And now if I had to go do it again, it would take me a bit, but I can also look at a YouTube video now, since I've gone through that with him, and be able to do it. If you can do your own timing, it's huge, because that's 99% of what they do when you maintain a machine is you put the timing back in, or at least check it. And it's not hard. It's just, if you don't do it often enough, it's hard to remember how. But yeah. Okay, so Faye, back to for your bags. Okay, so what I was going to tell you on the bags, a couple of ways you can go. You can get one of these with the table, the whole bit, and you can get yourself a used one. You can get yourself a brand new one. And if you get a brand new one, you're probably going to be looking at about $600 to $800. If you get a Juki, probably the 8700 is what you're going to be looking at, and that's about the range it's going to run you. Probably closer to 800 for the Juki. If you get a Conso, if you get any of the others, you're going to see a lot of Japanese and Chinese names out there. They're all the same. They really are. As long as it's an industrial, it's an industrial. It's no big deal. So you could get one with a table. The table comes with the knee lifter. Okay, hang on, guys. I'm going to move this. Comes with the knee lifter. And that's this little doohickey right here. Mine keeps coming out. Drives me absolutely crazy. You see how it moves, and it's not supposed to do that. And no matter how hard I tighten it, this is the one thing that makes me mad about this machine. I've gotten in there and I've tightened this thing so tight, and it still will fall out after using it. But you put your knee here, and when you're sewing, you have your knee here, and then you just, see, that's why it makes me so mad. It keeps moving. And you just pull, and then it pulls up your foot feed.
your presser foot. I'm sorry. So watch. I'm doing that with my knee, and I have to hang on to this because, like I said, it's loose and it makes me crazy. And I'm about ready to weld this thing on here. It's so nuts. But it's a really nice feature, and I use it all the time. So that's with a table. Now, you also can get, for a little less money, there are some off brands that are extremely heavy duty out there, and they're like a tabletop sewing machine. There's a couple of them out there, and they are specific for heavier duty sewing. They're real off-brand names, and I can't think right now, but I've seen them. They will use them for the marine industry, so sewing tarps and reupholstering boats and things like that. So that one's going to be a heavy duty like this. Those that I saw, they were like pure black. And man, I wished I remembered the name of the brand, like Sailrite or something like that. Those were about 400, I think, and they just sit on the table, and they're heavy. They're not going to walk on you because they're real heavy. Now, you can also go towards the newer ones that are out nowadays are, again, a tabletop one. And Brother has one, Janome has one, Juki has a couple of different brands, different models. And the one I'm thinking of, if you want to look at it, is the Juki 2010Q, I think, or 2010S or something like that. And they are only a straight stitch machine. They are meant for making bags and a little more heavy duty stuff. Now, they're not going to take you through 4 pieces of leather like mine will. They're the ones that are kind of in between the medium and the extreme heavyweight. They're a little more expensive, though. Those are going to run you, I think the Brothers is about $700. The Juki will be anywhere up to $1,000, $1,500, depending upon which model you get. Because if you get an older model, then they're going to be a little bit less. Now, my heart is pitter-pattering for one of the Jukis. Do I need it? No. Do I want it? Yes. So that I can definitely see. Yeah, Juki 8700 is the model. It's a very common one. It might be 8700D even. I don't know. It's something out there. It's a straight stitch. Yeah. Now, if you are looking for one with a zigzag, you have to definitely make sure you search a little bit. They do make them. They do make ones that have straight stitch and zigzag, and that's all they do too. Going to be a little bit more expensive. Not a lot, but it is going to be a little bit more. Your straight stitch is just a standard kind of thing. It will not have a double needle. Some of them do have a double needle. You can get ones with double needles. You can get ones that do just specific things only. That's all they do is what it says they do. So when you're talking industrial, then you're getting more specialized because it's more of a factory thing. And so one person does one thing, passes it on to the next person who does that thing. And that's all they do all day is that one thing. So that's why those machines do just one thing. So yeah, Eddie, I've got you hooked on Juki, don't I? After you got that Juki serger, yeah, that's Starlight, yes, Sailrite. Yeah, Dawn, then I was right. It was Sailrite. Yeah, and you can find those Sailrites used, but they are expensive. But again, those industrials, they're going to live forever and ever and ever and ever, and you're going to be able to always get them fixed and keep them going. They just are. I mean, this one's going to be with me forever. I think I paid about $750 for this one 8 years ago, and they're still going to be $750 all day long. So they just kind of stay at that price, and you're always going to be able to sell them for kind of about the price you paid for them, because they just don't ever die, and they don't, unless you just really, 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 really don't take care of them. So yeah, they're built to just go crazy. That would be fun, Mary. Yeah, I'd love to see that. We used to have a Pendleton factory in my hometown when I was growing up, and I know my girlfriend went and worked there for a little while right out of high school. So all they sewed was the woolen clothes, the real expensive woolen clothes. So they probably had more of the medium weight ones. Yeah, Eddie, I know. It's once you go jukey, let me tell you. Yeah, you can sometimes go through 2 to 3 layers of leather, Faye. Yeah, it just really depends. So I've seen that one, Faye. Okay, let me go look at it one more time again. But yeah, I have looked at that one. And I think that might be okay. Hey, Amber, we're talking industrial machines. So yeah, that one might, I think if I remember right, it's been about a year since I looked at all of those. I every now and then I go and look and I just can't do that because I would own a million different machines if I could. I love them. I've always loved them and they all serve a purpose. Um, yeah, with table and servo motor, do you have the space, Faye? Do you have the space for the table? Because they are so heavy, you're not going to move them. When you get them in, you get them in. I've moved this one a few times within my studio and I like where it's at now. I'm in a kind of a cubby, which is perfect because I want it to just be in a cubby. I don't want it to be out in the middle of everywhere. When I sit and sew on stuff for this, I want to be able to put everything off to my side over here, and I've got a nice place just to lay everything, and I lay them in order, and then that way I can just sit here and just go because I kid you not, sitting at these industrial machines and sewing on them is just, it's soothing. It's cathartic. It's wonderful. It's just so wonderful. Get yourself a nice chair. I actually just have a little $20 chair that I bought at Home Goods, I believe it was. It's an outdoor chair. It's got a mesh bottom and a mesh back. It's super comfortable though, and it's at the right height. So you got to make sure you're at a comfortable height for these. So make sure you get a good one. Use one for 600. That's probably pretty good, Faye. Yeah. Um, you just, make sure go look at it and make them, run it and play with it. And if they're going to sit and rush you out the door, then obviously you don't want to buy from them because they're either don't care or they didn't take care of it or whatever. It's just never a good feel if that's the case. But I just telling me that price right there, I'm going to tell you that's a good deal. If it runs 600 all day long is a good deal. Vinyl leather, lots. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it might, Don. I like I said, I've jimmy rigged mine. Mine wasn't supposed to do what I've had it do on quilting weight. Now it doesn't go super light. No, it's got to have some thickness to it. But I've pushed the boundaries a little bit, and I know kind of how far down I can go before it becomes a little bit too light. And the little bit too light is still almost a touch too heavy for my other machines. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I may end up with that one that I making my heart go pitter pat. Amber, you got to look. They're few and far between, but there is some straight and zigzag out there. There is a handful. Now, you may not find one used. I was telling those guys before you came on, always check Craigslist. That's a huge place for me for finding the used industrial, especially down here. For some reason, Austin, and I don't live in Austin, but Austin's really close. Austin has a lot. I'm amazed at how many I see. And it's not like they're on there all the time, but it seems like they get flooded and then they'll be gone. And then all of a sudden, a little while later, there's gonna be a whole bunch of them again. So I love that. There are some true industrial sites on the web that sell used ones as well. You just really have to get out there and search the web and the internet and just keep looking and looking and looking. And all of a sudden, you're going to start seeing the same names pop up here and there. And then you can start looking at their businesses and you'll know they've been around for a while. Yeah, you do need the zigzag. When you need the zigzag, you do need it. And that's the one thing I hate. Mine does not do the zigzag. And I knew that when I bought it, and it really was one of those where I was like, I had to have something quick because my mocks were flying out the door because I was doing a lot of wholesale. And I was just tearing up my machine, and it was taking me too long to make them because I was making my machine do what it wasn't supposed to do. I was making the FAF work the way it wasn't supposed to be working, and it was working, but I was burning it up. And so I had to get this pretty quick. I didn't want to spend the extra for the zigzag at the time. I really would use a zigzag if I had it, though. I would desperately use it. So yeah, yeah, and I know usually, Mary, it is one or the other, but I know there are a handful. I've seen some recently, and I think Juki even has one. Now, are they going to be under 1,000? Probably not. They're going to probably be the ones that are over 1,000 to 1,500, maybe even closer to 2 grand at times. But if you're going to use it over and over and over, I'm not one to back away from spending that money if you have to. I mean, look at what the multi needles run. You know, you're gonna use an industrial forever. It's gonna be a one-time investment. You're never gonna have to buy another one. So yeah, it's you. Yep. Don, you're here, aren't you? You're in San Antonio, right? Because I think we're both talking about, if you are, we're both talking about that same store that I was saying I could give you guys, Sandy, I could give you that number if you need to call somebody. But yeah, I'm always on Craigslist. I'm always looking on Craigslist because there's deals out there when it comes to sewing machines. People have estate sales, people have mom's things that they don't know what they've got and they need to just get rid of them. It's amazing what you can find on there that people don't know what they've got, and you can go pick it up for a deal. Yeah, Amber, you're at that point, you need it. And when you're struggling and you know that you're not quite getting there, and that's where I was, and I'm still kind of there because this does not zigzag. And I'm making it work and I'm making workarounds, and I know I can do that, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do that. Yeah, Faye. Oh yeah, yeah. You're looking at a double needle unison feed block stitch. Yeah, you're starting to get a little special there. That's why it's for. Yep, yep. Okay, your store's in Chicago. Um, there is one down here though, if you're close to the San Antonio area, and if somebody wants a phone number. I know these pure industrial, and this guy, he's a hole in the wall. And I went in there, and this guy had machines. I mean, I wanted to be in there for a day and a half just looking at every machine if I could have. I mean, he had they were factories of machines that he had, that he was selling, that he had gone through and refurbished every single one. I mean, I walked in and it was just like, oh, I'm in heaven right here. And they had a wall full of feet for it and all the parts and everything. And I'm just sitting there, and the guy's like, can I help you? And I'm like, no, I'm good. I just died and went to heaven. This is pretty awesome. Can I walk around? And I was on my lunch hour, and I was like, oh, I could be here all day. It was so cool. So, hey, Sandy. So, yeah, you got to, but you just do. If you don't 100% know what you're looking for, and they know the industrial machines are so specialized when you start looking at certain ones. Now, and they're all straight stitch. And like I've gone through and explained how some of them are lightweight, some of them are medium weight, some of them are heavy, some of them are extra heavy duty like mine. And if you don't know anything about them, they're going to work with you. Those guys are they're not going to blow you off because they don't have like 5 people all walking in at one time. Because industrial machines, you're coming in for a reason. You're not just coming in because you just wanted to learn how to sew. So they're going to spend time with you. They're going to make sure the machine you're getting is the machine you need. You're not, they're going to listen to you. And they may even, if you get in the right shop, they may even let you take it home for, give me a deposit and you can take it home and try it for a week. And if you don't like it, bring it back, kind of thing. You never know. They may give you lessons. It just depends upon where you're at. But the more industrial you go, the more time they're going to put with you because they want you to be happy because you're spending some money. Now, when we're talking money, compared to the multi-needles, these are still nothing. they're so inexpensive compared to the multi-needles. So when they say, you just walk out the door and you got no help, and I'm like, and you spent 10 grand and nobody helped you, wait a minute, whoa, I have a problem with that. So yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it's okay, Sandy. We're just talking about. I'm still on the industrial machine. You can go back and catch up with where we're at, but yeah, Amber, girl, I'll talk to you. Let's FaceTime and talk, because I know you are where you're at. I see what you're doing, and I know where you're at, and you really do need to take the step. And so let's talk a little bit more offline, and I'll help guide you a little more on where to go with these, because there's so many out there, and it's exciting, but it's also, like I said, it's a purchase that's going to be with you for a long time, unless you want to turn around and sell it and get another one. I mean, it's not like you can't. Again, like I said, they hold their value. You'll be able to sell them. Not a big deal. But I also, like Angela says, I view these as an employee also, because when I buy one of these, I already know what I'm using it for. I've already forecasted down the road. Is it going to get me to where I want to be? Because I may not be quite there, but it's the step I'm taking. So is it getting me there, or is it going to limit me? And if it's going to limit me, then I need to look a step or two further over and see what kind of money we're talking there. And if we're talking a whole lot of money, then that's when I start looking refurbished, or I start looking at other avenues. I'm the queen of trying to get what I need for the right price. Now, I'm not one of those that's always what I get for the cheapest price, because sometimes you get what you pay for. Just remember that. And I'm a firm believer in you get what you pay for in a sewing machine when it's brand new. So just remember that, guys. You go out and you spend, like $100 on a machine. I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not meaning to offend anybody or anything. I'm just going to use that number. Okay. So you're going to say you're going to go buy a machine for $100. And then there's this other machine over there that say $400. Okay. The difference between the 100 and the 400 is a lot of things. A lot of things. The 100 is maybe not going to have the best stitch quality. It's going to have a lot of plastic parts. It's going to limit you very quickly. It's for that person maybe that is either just getting started and wants to see, do I like sewing? Well, again, I'm not a proponent for spending $100 on a machine to find out if you're going to like sewing or not, because you may love sewing and you may end up walking away hating it because of the machine. Not because you didn't like sewing, it's because you struggled and fought with that machine, because the machine was not a quality machine. Now, you don't have to have a lot of money to spend on a quality machine. I would flat out tell you, if you only have $100, then that's where you start looking at the older Singers, the metal ones that maybe only have like the straight and the zigzag stitch. Go get yourself a Kenmore. Go get yourself an old Pfaff. Go get yourself an old Necky, an old any of those, an old Janome, an all metal machine, and you can pick those up on Craigslist as well, and spend under $100 and have a quality machine, and see if you like to learn how to sew and you still haven't spent any money. Sometimes you can get them at thrift stores. People are emptying out grandma's house and she had a machine and nobody sews, so they just donate it. So there's ways around having a plastic parted machine versus a quality machine for the exact same amount of money. And so that's where I've always been. I'm always one that's looking for the best deal for the right amount of money, but not compromising, because I know when I compromise, the compromise is going to be very painful. So yeah, industrial are definitely cheaper than the computerized. Yes, definitely. And that's because of the computer and because of what people are going to be using it for. The computerized is really for the person who is going to be sewing maybe clothes or quilts, or needs some of the decorative stitches or buttonholes, or things like that. That's the computerized machines. That's their purpose, is a little more of the home to the small business
where the industrial is definitely the business is picking up. It's a very busy, you know, where we all want our Etsy shops to be, where you're getting more orders than you can put out in the day. And you need something that's reliable and heavy duty and going to keep taking the beating and keep taking the abuse. And it's not like it's bad abuse or bad beating, but I'm just saying the 8 to 10 hours of sewing, the constant pushing fabrics through it, and maybe only maintaining it every other day or oiling it once a day or every other day or once a week or whatever. You know, that's the kind of abuse I'm talking about. So yeah, you get very, very frustrated. And I've been there, Amber, so many times I can't even tell you, where I'm limited because my machine will not do what I need it to do, and I'm trying to get an order out and I'm stuck. Yeah, the big boy machines. Yep, they are the big boy machines. Yeah, Amber, let's talk for sure. You're at a point where you've got to move and you've got to move quickly, and that's where I was with this one. So we'll figure something out, because I can even peruse Craigslist over in your area and see if I see anything that maybe I can say, hey, look at this one or look at that one or call on this or that or whatever, if I see something. There's also a couple of stores that are down here in the southern area. Ken's Sewing Center is one that I really like. All brands. All brands can be a little expensive. You gotta know what you're looking at with those guys, because sometimes you can get deals, sometimes you can't. There is one I'm trying to think of over in I think it's San Diego or Lower LA that I look at a lot too. And I think there's one up in Oklahoma. Anyway, yeah, guys, I can be your source for a lot of that stuff, because I've done so much research before I bought this. I know most of the machines and most of the companies out there. And a lot of times too, like this one, and for those of you that missed it, um, this I bought is from a saddle and tack warehouse factory, where that's all they do is they sew horse tackle and horse bridles and saddles and stuff like that. So it's extra heavy duty. And they had these machines made specifically for their factory. And then he would sell a couple on eBay throughout the year, just to kind of try and, make a little. I think he was trying to keep he probably had to have a minimum or a quota every year to keep his pricing down. And so he would sell them probably on eBay too, to try and make that quota. And so this is actually, he said Conso made this. And so he puts his name on here, but this is a Conso, and Conso is well known in the industrial world. So just want to give you guys that have joined late a little background on that. Yeah, let me know, Faye. Definitely. Okay, so this doesn't, again, this is just a straight stitch, but if I didn't have this girl, my life, the first time I used her with my mocks, I could not believe I'd been putting myself through as much pain as I had been putting myself through for that amount of time, and how much time it saved me. Because you all know that if you're going to do the job right, you've got to have the right tool. And the right tool just makes your life so much easier. Well, this was the right tool that I got way too late, because I'd spent way too many nights staying up longer than I needed to get orders out, because I was fighting with my machine. Amber, does that sound familiar? Fighting with your machine. So let me just kind of give you a real quick. I showed you how fast she sews. So this one is, again, those that just joined, look how thick that leather is. Your average machine is not going to go through it, because look, it's really stuff. Super stuff. Okay. So I'm going to take this and fold it in half. All right. Now I do have this set, so it's a little bit lighter weight for my sewing, but it should still do it.
This is where I have to use my hand thing. Do you see how easy that went through? Look at that stitch. Through those two, and I didn't even hardly mess with it. Now the back I need to mess with a little bit, you can see. And that is because I messed with my stitching, because I was putting a lighter weight through it. And I also, the other thing that's affecting that is I have two different weights of thread. I've got a heavier thread in my bobbin and a lighter thread in my top, and I just threw that in there just to show you guys. Normally you don't do that. You keep the weights the exact same, and that is another reason why my stitch is off just a little bit. So between those two things, if I adjusted that, then my stitch would be perfect. But for the top, isn't that nuts how good that sews through? And that's industrial. You know, that's my extreme heavy duty. Did you lose me, Amber? Oh, okay. Yeah, so, yep, everything. Plastic, cardboard, oh no. So, yeah, this baby, I love this thing. And so I've made leather bags on this. I've made canvas bags. I mean, I've quilted on it. My shoes. So I wanted to show you guys these. I know you've seen them. But these are what I bought it for originally, and it was to sew. And I've got these turned right now, and they were kind of, when you turn leather stuff like this, it takes you a while to work it around. So I don't want to turn it back inside out. But there's three layers here on this, on the inside, and it just sews. You can kind of see that. It sews through it like butter. I mean, it's nuts. Makes my life so completely easy. And then I've got these that I also do. This goes through three layers of leather and the elastic, which is probably 1/8 of an inch thick because of the type of elastic I use. So I'm going through a lot of layers. Excuse me. Talking too much. Sorry. A lot of layers on that. So I've got to have something that plows through that. Okay, Amber, the needles that I use on these are beefy. My machine is an extra heavy duty, which is not something, yeah, and when we talk, I'll explain all this to you. But this is not something that it's probably going to be a little too heavy for you. But since it's an extra heavy duty, the smallest needle I can kind of go down to, and 18's pushing it. It's almost too small. So the 20, 22, and 24 is the size of needle I use. And they're pretty beefy. So I'll show you. This is the one it likes. This is the extra heavy needle. I mean, can you see how beefy that is? If it'll ever focus. Come on, focus. My camera doesn't want to focus. But it is super. It kind of is, yeah. I buy industrial needles, but it's the size, because your sizes are, you know how we always talk about the 9s and 11s for the embroidery. Well, that's the actual size, and then obviously you've got your 90 and all that other stuff on the other end. I always talk about my needles just on the 9, 11, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. I think there's even a 26 and maybe a 28. Those are some pretty heavy duty. These, you get to this point and they are only industrial. You couldn't use these on a regular machine. They just wouldn't even fit because they're so much thicker all the way around through here. And then also a lot of your home-based machines, your needles are flat on one side and then they're half round, where this one is round all the way.
So your industrial machines are going to be round all the way. And that's where it gets a little tricky. I don't know how many times I've taken my needle out, and even over all the years that I do this, I'm still like, okay, I got to really pay attention which way it goes back in. Some of them go side, most of them go side to side. So your eye of your needle is side to side, where with your home machine is front to back. So they go side to side, but then it also has, if you can see, it has that little lip right there. And again, my machine does not want to focus, but there's a lip right there. And I always keep forgetting, is that this way? Is that this way? And so if I totally forget, I just have to put it in, and you'll know right away when you sew that it's in wrong, because it will not catch. Your stitch will not catch down below. So it's real easy, and then you just loosen it and flip it around. But I swear, I don't know how many times on the fly I've pulled it out and went, oh, you forgot to look. And so I always try and look before I pull it out, so I don't always have to remember. You do get some needle breaks, Angela. If I get a needle break, it can be kind of serious though, because the stuff that I'm going through is real thick. And if I break the needle and I get shards down in here, that's where it gets a little troublesome. So yeah, you gotta be really careful, but they don't break as easily because they are so thick. I've bent more than I've broken. So yeah, and it was, whoops, sorry guys. It was really scary because these things move with just such force. And even if you're sewing slow, it's just such force that the whole machine just kind of jars when it hits and bends. It really scares me. So yeah, it's kind of nuts. Yep, outsole, midsole, and insole, Mary. Yep, absolutely. It's a real heavy needle. I buy these by, I don't know, they sell them kind of like this. And so I get them off of Amazon or eBay, and I buy a big pack. Like I'll get 50 of them or so, 100, and then they last me for years, because these don't dull quite as quickly as your home machines do for those needles. And it's just the thickness and the type of material you're dealing with. So yeah, they usually they stay pretty good. Stitches per minute, my Janome do. My embroidery part, Angela, is that what you're talking about? Because it is a combo. The embroidery does, I believe, 600, 650. It's a little slower, but I'm okay with that, because it embroiders so beautifully. I mean, I kid you not. Compared to my brother machine, which really surprised me, my stitch quality on my Janome is better, much better. And I don't know if it's just because it's my Janome that I've got, or whether it's the brother I've got, or whether the Janome stitching really is just across the board a little bit better. But visually, it's just better. See those 600 decent. Yeah. Most of the time, Angela, even my brother will go to 1,000, and we'll look at this one here in a minute, the brother one. It'll go to 1,000, but in all reality, if I've got something that's not stitching out super well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at how much stabilizer I have underneath. And the second thing I'm going to do is look at my speed. And 9 times out of 10, it's my speed. And I've got to back that embroidery speed down. And it's just too much for the speed. And the minute I back it down and I take it all the way down to the lowest it will go. And my brother, I can back down, I think, to about 600, maybe 300. I'd have to look. I don't remember. I'll look here in a second. And it's mainly when I'm doing really small font, like on my shoes here. The font on that I did on my brother, and I had to back that speed way down. It was stitching so bad. And then the minute I backed it way down, it was fine. And I've noticed that with just doing, I used to do this on my Janome, just my regular sewing machine, not the embroidery part of it. And if I had that baby going too fast, it didn't want to stitch that small of a font very well. And the minute I'd back it down, it did good. So that's kind of how I figured it out, that that was the problem. Yep, it helps with the tension. Oh, and I don't mess with my tension either unless it's totally out of whack. Unless I know I've tried everything else and I know my tension is out of whack, but then I also know I did something to it if it's out of whack. And I'll go take it back to where I put it. But yeah, I don't, if you don't know how to mess with it, I wouldn't mess with it. It's not needed. It's usually a bunch of other things. It's not usually your tension, unless you did something to your machine and it completely threw everything out. But then if you've done that, you probably need to get it serviced anyway. So yeah, Mary, yeah, mine probably goes up to 650 too. So yep. I was using the combo wood. I switched to different needles for sewing and embroidery. Um, yeah, yeah, because when I'm sewing, I will tend to pick probably a little bit bigger needle than I would for embroidery. And then the embroidery, I have a different, I've got so many variables that play into that because it depends upon what I'm embroidering. Most of you guys, if you're doing knit, then you're going to want the ballpoint. But if I'm doing something other than knit, I'm not going to be choosing a ballpoint. I'm going to be choosing probably a universal or an embroidery needle, a true embroidery needle. When I go just to sew, then I'm usually into an 11 or a 12 needle. When I'm embroidering, I'm usually at a 9, sometimes an 11. So yeah, I do. It does make a difference onto what you're doing there. Yeah, and they do have a little bigger eye. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing too, guys. If your thread is shredding a lot on your embroidery needle, make sure the eye is not too small. If your eye is too small, I'm going to guarantee you're going to shred that thread right away because it's rubbing up against that thread at however many stitches per minute that you've got going on there. Or if you've got a bigger eye for it to dance around in, then it's going to be much better. Is that bugging you guys that you're staring at my machine and not staring at me while we're talking? I just realized that. I'm sorry. I looked down and I'm like, oh yeah, I've left you guys staring at that and I'm talking. Okay, let me change this so you guys can be looking at me for a minute. So, okay, so was that better? Sorry, I just realized that. I wish one of you guys would have said something. So now you get to watch me look over at chat. So, okay, does any more questions about this industrial, or we can move on to back there? Yeah, but I've had also other experiences on that, Mary. So for the most part, yeah, don't touch the tension unless you know what you're doing. And yeah, there's a time and a place where you have to touch the tension. But most of the time what you guys are doing, probably it's not going to be needed. When you start dealing with different materials, different threads, different types of sewing, a lot of different variables, every now and then you have to touch the tension. It's just, that's just the reality. But for the most part, no. Okay. Are we done with the industrial? Do I have you answered, Faye? Are we good there? You guys can see the bag we made last week. Okay, we're going to move on. So I'm kind of in a little bit of a, this is my cubby of my
sewing area here. So you'll see me doing a little finagling, but I absolutely love sitting here. It's almost kind of one of my favorite places. Okay, so we're going to move on. This is my newer one. I've had this for about a year. So like I said, I'm always cruising. This was an eBay purchase, but I'm always cruising Craigslist, eBay, just the websites of some of these stores, just all the time, because you never know when you're going to run across a deal that's a deal. And if I'm never looking for a machine, a lot of times when I buy one, it's because it was a deal. And this one was a steal of a deal. So this was right before COVID, or right when COVID started. I was using my Janome, and she's getting just old enough, and she's computerized. Hey, Divya. She's computerized. And so I've had a few small hiccups with her. And it's just because the computer part is I go out to the floor and work on the machines. I know, Mary. I'm a good and bad influence. Just ask Ediani. Yeah, solder the Juki. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, my Janome. So the computer on that I've used that thing and used that thing and used that thing and used that thing. I mean, a lot. And computers and computer chips and computer boards in those machines, they last a long time, but I'm starting to realize that machine's coming up on 20 years. And so there's been a lot of on and off, and a lot of stitches through her, and a lot of embroidery. And there's times when it's taking longer for her to turn on, longer for her to move from one program to another than it used to. And if that computer chip ever dies, I can't replace that computer chip and justify it. I will just have to get a whole new machine. So realizing that my business would be down and I would have to make a snap purchase, which may or may not be a good one. We all know what it's like when you're backed into a corner and you have to make a quick purchase on something that's not exactly $5 or $10. You do the best you can with what you've got at that moment because you have to do it. But is it maybe sometimes the most ideal or the best thing at that time? And you may have to go and get something else. Yeah, that's usually the way it works. Sometimes you get lucky and it all falls into place and everything works out great. I know enough about machines to know that if I would have to buy brand new or to buy somewhat brand new, I probably could have gotten myself into the right one, but I still like to find the deal of the century. That's just for me. So I'm always looking, praying that my Janome doesn't die. And I think she's going to be okay for a while. She's been doing better lately, so maybe she just had the flu. I don't know. Hiccups, the cough. I really thought she was going to die on me last year. There was times I was like, please turn on, please turn on, please turn on. And then she'd come on finally. And I was like, oh, thank you. So I found this one March of last year on eBay. And my Janome is a combo, being Amber. So yeah, yours is probably, mine's an older one. Mine's an MC 9500. You can still find them actually. I've seen them out there, and I think I spent 1,800 on that one, 2,000 on that one 20 years ago, and I think they're still selling for like 15, and a couple of them were brand new. I don't even know that they make them anymore. But so anyway, this one is the Quattro 2. It's the 6700D Anovis. And so this one's probably about 2 years old, 3 years old when I bought it. So brand new, this machine would have been about $8,000 to maybe $10,000 because it's the combo with the Disney, and it's got all the bells and whistles on it.
It's sewing, embroidery, embroidery edit, Disney, and then it's also got the laser light. It's got the tablet. The lady had put the tablet on with the upgrade. Then I just realized the other day I went to go play with that because I haven't had time to do it. And I didn't get the software that I need. So I've got to check and see if I can't get the software. It's on there, but then I also need like a USB with the software to put in. I thought it was all just on here. So I can't remember. I don't think a USB came. I can't find it. So I think that maybe got forgotten. So I was going to try and call around and see, or call brother and see if I couldn't just pay him like $50 or something for them to send me that. But so anyway, this one's got a lot of bells and whistles to it. And let's see what the speed goes down to. Let's see. Okay, 350 is my lowest. And then it goes up to 1,000. And again, 1,000, it's not really truly 1,000 all the time. So anyway, guys, if you know what you're looking for, I got this from a sewing back out of Colorado. So COVID hit, and I think somebody either needed money or they upgraded, downgraded, something. I don't know. I paid $2,000 for that on an auction, and nobody bid against me. They wanted more for it. The buyout, right? I think they wanted like 2,500, and I thought, well, I'm just going to put in a number and see if I hit a base bid or what happens with there. And I didn't. And I wrote it out and I sat there, and then I went on for like the last minute to make sure that nobody came in and swooped in, because I was like, I need a machine that does all of this to back up my Janome in case she dies. And then if she dies, I can go buy just a straight embroidery machine, and then I've got a sewing machine again that I can rely on. And that's the only reason I did a combo. And this has a 6x10 hoop. No, I'm sorry, 8x12 hoop is the highest it goes. So that was another deal for me. Yeah, it does. It's brand new. It had 800,000 stitches for embroidery on it. I mean, it was not used for embroidery at all. It was practically brand new, and I don't think that they used it much. I really don't. So I stole this, and I know all day long, if I ever wanted to resell it, I'd make money on it. But I won't, because I love the machine. It just, even for a sewing machine, this thing is, oh my gosh, it's a dream. I will all day long use it for a sewing machine if I never once use it again for embroidery. So that was a purchase I wasn't looking to make last year, but the deal came through, and I was kind of halfway looking for a deal just because of the Janome thing. So yeah, buddy, I know you want to get up, and he loves to check stuff out. So anyway, so my Janome's sitting over there. We'll walk over there and look at it in a minute. It's an older one, but I love her. I love her so much. She is very much like the brother, the PE 800 that you guys are all getting, in the fact that it does the same hoop sizes. It does the 4x4 and the 5x7s. And it only has the black and white, which is the PE 770s, where the 800 has the color screen. And that one had an upgrade to the color screen. And I hadn't been doing embroidery at that time. So I thought, I don't need a color screen. Just, I got to pay the extra $500 for the color screen. Just give me the black and white. I wished I had the color screen now. It's a big deal to me. So, but those bags that I showed you a couple of videos ago where we did the monogramming on, I was doing those for Christmas gifts for all of my coworkers on our job site. So for their wives and girlfriends and whatever, because we had a big Christmas party, and I wanted the girls to have something too. So I made them those, and I started doing it on this. And all of a sudden I was halfway through and something happened. Oh yeah. I got this one loves to do the shredding of the thread and then pulling it back up in. Drives me absolutely insane. So I was trying real careful to get one of those out, and it did something in there. And then all of a sudden, it kept triggering an error message on this. And I was running out of time, didn't have time to sit in YouTube to figure out what I did. And so I walked over to my Janome, and that thing, I should have just been sewing on that from day one. It picked it up, went with it, and finished them up absolutely beautiful for me. So I was glad I had that. And then when I got done and had time the week after to get in there and pull this apart and YouTube it, all that had happened was there's like this little thin wire in there, and it kind of does like a hook thing. And that shredded had like pulled it out of alignment just a little bit. And I thought I was gonna have to take it in to get it serviced, and that would have been $250. So I pulled the end off, popped the thing back, rethreaded it, sewed it, fine. Took me 5 minutes. No, I'm not in Colorado. I'm in Texas. But they mailed it to me. They shipped it to me. Oh my gosh, those guys did a good job too. It took me forever to get it out of. They sent me like it came in 3 different boxes because it has 2 different of the sewing tables. One's for embroidery, one's for sewing, but you can leave the embroidery on if you sew. It's just that the arm gets in the way a little bit sometimes. So you've got that. And then this lady, I don't know why she did this. I'm almost thinking maybe she was a quilter and maybe had passed away or what had moved to a nursing home or something had happened. She had the full luggage for going places. I mean, I have a carrying bag, a cover, something else, a couple other pieces that came with it. And that stuff is like several $100s on top of that. And I'm like, I never buy that because I never travel with this stuff. I have hard cases on mine, which I love. So if I take it somewhere, even just down the street or to go over to a friend's or whatever, I'll put the hard case on. But never would I use a soft side case, especially for something like this. And this is so heavy. I would not at all carry this anywhere with me. It is too heavy. I'd be afraid I'd mess it up. So I was kind of puzzled as to why she had bought all the luggage. So I got the luggage with it too. So forgot about that. That was, like I said, another couple $100s on top of the price of the machine originally. And so by the time I got done, this poor delivery guy had like 3 or 4 huge boxes he was delivering to me. And I was like, oh, wow, what did I order? I mean, I know this machine's big, but that many boxes? I did not expect that. So anyway, they did an amazing job. I think they took it to the UPS store or whatever and had them package it up. And I had so much styrofoam in there. I mean, this thing couldn't have moved if it tried. So it was really well packaged up and well done. So it probably took me an hour. I wished I would have been YouTubing at that time. I would have done an unboxing for you guys. So yeah, and maybe that's it, Don. Maybe maybe it was free luggage. I don't know. I was really, it's just sitting over there. I'm like, I'll never use it. Even the cover, it's weird. The fabric is kind of stiff, and it's supposed to be more of a soft-sided one, but it's really stiff. And so for me to put that top on, that's even just the fabric to cover this, I have to take this completely off for it to even go down over it to protect it. And I'm like, that's not ideal. So yeah, it just sits over there on my shelf. I'm like, okay, you're pretty. I'll look at you. I'll dust you off once in a while, but that's probably about as much as I'm going to use you. So yeah, but so anyway, this was the deal. That's why I'm saying, guys, you just got to constantly, if you know you're going to be looking for another machine, but you know you're not in the market right at the moment, you got to constantly be looking and looking and looking and looking and watching and paying attention, because when that deal hits, you're going to kick yourself if you miss it and you see you missed it because you weren't watching, and it's the exact one you need or want, or maybe it's a model or two higher than what you would have bought, but you know you're going to use it, and it's the deal. So yeah, some people do like having all the accessories. I do agree. I don't spend money on stuff I don't use, and obviously when you have a business, then you definitely don't. But if she was just doing it for a hobby, or maybe her husband bought it for her as a gift and didn't know, or just said, honey, just, go ahead and just get it all, you know, like how some guys are where they don't know you don't need it and you're like, I really don't need it. It's like, no, really, just get it. And you're like, okay, I'll just get it. Okay. You know, so sweet guys, and you just do it. And so maybe it was that. I don't know. But like I said, I'm still just a little, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's all cool. But yeah, so I have a love affair with my Janome. And Amber, you do. And who else had the Janome that we was talking to? I'm sorry, Mary, you've got yours. Did anybody else have one? Janome is kind of one of those names that unless you are really out there searching for the machines and actually going and visiting the sewing centers, you may not know that much about them. Bernina, my opinion, and strictly my opinion, okay, on Bernina, I think they're overpriced. They're very, very good machines, don't get me wrong. But I think you can get the exact same thing in a Janome for thousands less. Now, there's people out there that swear by their Berninas, and I'm not gonna talk bad about them because they are fabulous machines. They really, really are. I just feel like they're a little overpriced. So if you ever are looking at Berninas, just be very educated on the price because there's just too many times I've looked at them and looked at other brands that were very comparable. And I was like, wow, I could do a lot with that extra money. So yeah, it is a higher end one. Oh, Don, you don't like your Janome. Okay. Maybe it's the model that you've got. It might be. So I don't know. And it could be just one of those where some people just like certain brands better than others, and there's nothing wrong with it. You just, it's like a car. You know, some people love their Toyotas, some people love their Chevys, others like their foreign cars. You know, everybody has a preference. So it's, there's nothing wrong so long as you have a machine that you love and you use. I know I've got a FAF, Pia. And you might admit, did you miss my story? Did you hear my story? My old FAF I grew up on was metal. The new one I bought was computerized, and it was the first one I bought with my own money. And I was not happy with it at all. And I was so disappointed because FAFs are amazing. But I think it was because it was one of the newer first computerized machines. And to this day, I don't think it sews like a FAF should. So I think it's the machine and maybe the model and not the FAF. So, yep. Yeah, you have the cover stitch. Okay, cool. I know the Janome cover stitch I think would be a good machine. I really do. If you ever get over, I know Des Moines limited. I know it's very limited. If you ever get to Omaha, there's some good choices in Omaha. And again, you're almost as far away from Minneapolis. I don't know what Minneapolis's choices are there, and then I don't know what Iowa City has if their choices over there. But I know Omaha's got a couple of good sewing stores there. But I know Des Moines is always a little limited with everything right there too. Yeah, I know. I've done that a lot, Divya, where I'm like, or Dawn, I've like started going like, why isn't this going? Oh, duh, put the foot down, dummy. You know. Yeah, the automatic would be nice. And Mary, I'm torn too, and that's another one that I looked at their multi needles because they're 7 needle. I found you can get a deal on their 7 needle with the really great cabinet underneath. And I can't remember. I'd have to go look and see, but I think it's Ken's Sewing Center and one other place. All day long, they say they're running a sale, but they've been running the same sale for like years. $6,500 with a beautiful cabinet. Now, the thing that's got me holding back from doing that one and keeping it on my possible list, because when we went through all of the multi needles and where I would go when I get to that point, the thing that would hold me back from jumping on that with it being a brand new one is the fact that the hoop size is not that big. It only goes up to, I think, an 8 by 9
which for most people would be okay. But when we were talking about my needs for doing quilts and stuff like that, I think I would feel that limit pretty quickly. So yeah, you got to really know your uses and your down the road needs, and really explore all those before you move into a choice when you go to the multi needles, because there are huge differences. So what works for one may not be a need for the other, may be a limitation for somebody else. So you just really know. Yeah, Des Moines, I'm sorry, Debbie, but Des Moines doesn't have much for anything. And it really surprises me for the size Des Moines is. And every time I go there, I'm like, I can't believe you guys don't have anything for anything here. It just shocks me. But yeah, if you're going to go to Omaha, yeah, it's like 3 hours away. Let me know. I'll tell you where to go. There's some places around there that are real good. So you'll have some choices. Do you know me, embroidery? Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Ediana, you're looking for the FAF that Amber has? Is that what you're talking about? A lot of those multi needles, even if you find it online, Ediana, they're probably not going to give you the price. You're going to have to go in, because a lot of those prices are set by the sewing machine center themselves. So that's why when you guys get frustrated and you get online and you see no pricing and they tell you to call, there's a reason, because those companies are allowing those centers to set their own prices. They have a minimum and then they can go anywhere after that. And nobody wants to put their prices out there because they're all setting their own prices. So it's frustrating. Yeah. And that's why a lot of us talk about the prices on here, so that you guys know if you're getting a good deal or not, because you don't know. And that's the game that they play. And it's great for them, sucks for us, Yeah. And Amber, have you had any problems with your FAF at all? Is your multi-needle, has it been really rock solid for you? Yeah, Mary, I know. And that's why I'm saying Craigslist. And in all reality, I saw I've seen some 6 needles going for as low as $4,000 to $5,000. I've seen some recently. I'm not in for like a single needle, like a persona or anything, just because I have to change the thread all the time. But if you are, I've seen those go as low as 1,500 to 2,000 on Craigslist. And the ones that are selling them, they have no mileage on them. They're practically brand new, and these people are just getting rid of them. So, yeah. Multi-needle only for the flatbed. You've got to find a true FAF dealer. There's one down here in New Braunfels, and they have the multi-needle, and they are a full FAF dealer. They have the multi-needle on their floor. So I looked at that one when I was in there a couple of weeks ago. I was looking at size and just, I'm just sizing everything up so that when I go to pull the trigger, I've already kind of got things boiled down to maybe this one or that one. Or if I do see a really, really, really good deal, I'll jump on it because I've already done the research. I already know what I'm getting. Now, I think here's another thought for you guys. And this is one that doesn't get a lot of names, and that's because you just brought this up, Ediani, the Husqvarna Viking. I think that's an underdog that could be a really good potential. They have been doing machines and sewing machines for a very long time. Now, when people
bring up that name, a lot of times they're like, oh, well, no, they sell lawnmowers. Well, yeah, they do. They also sell sewing machines and have for a very, very, very long time. So it's just a name that you don't hear out there. It's a good name. So I thought you probably were having a good thing with it because you've never really even given a hint that maybe had given you any kind of an issue or trouble. And I would think FAF would do a multi-needle really well. That's bordering into the heavier duty machines that they do so well. Are they really done? Yeah, and see, a lot of these machines, these companies have one company that makes all these different brands. So like Racoma is making the Viking, and then Juki makes the Tahima, and that's a true commercial industrial machine. And then there's some other people like, here's this one, and you guys don't know this. Melco makes the Bernina. The Bernina's multi-needle is made by Melco, and it's $4,000 more. Same machine. You pull it up and you look at the Bernina and you look at the Melco side by side. The difference is the color and the name and the price. Features are all the same. Just blows my mind. And so you're paying. See, when I said I thought Bernina, to me, a Bernina is a little overpriced, you know? So kind of nuts. Are you leaving us, Sandy? Oh, hi, buddy. Hi, am I not paying attention to you? Is that the problem? Is that why I'm getting the paw on the shoulder? Hi, sweetie. Okay, Sandy, I'm glad you joined us. Hey, if you have any other questions, you know how to get a hold of me. If you need the number for the people down here, for the industrial people, let me know. But yeah, you're paying for the name, Dove. Yes, you are. And so that's why I've always just kind of felt that Bernina was a little higher, and it's just the name. You are the sweetest, coolest cat I've ever met. You know that? You are just adorable. So, yeah. Okay, what did I miss there? Amber, what'd you say? Oh, yeah. And see, this is very common. So, like what Amber is saying, that the Husqvarna is just like the FAF. So, a lot of these companies will make for another company or another couple of companies. Like you start getting into, again, the industrial. You've got Kanso and Kawasaki. Kawasaki makes motorcycles, but they also make sewing machines. Now, I've heard Kawasaki makes for Kanso, or Kanso makes for Kawasaki, or something like that. And all they do is just put different nameplates on them. So it happens all the way across the board. In fact, a lot of the industrial machines are made by one company. And I think Juki makes for most of these guys, which is why all the bodies look the same. And then they slap the different plates on it, or one factory just does for like all the Kanso, and another does just for the Kawasaki, and another does just for the Juki, but they're all owned by the same company. So it's crazy. Yeah, Liz, and that's where you've really got to start looking. So we were talking about that, where if I'm looking at a 10 needle and a brother or a baby lock, and then I'm going to start looking at like a Racoma or a Melco, I'm going to be right in the same ballpark for price. So instantly, if I'm talking the same dollars, I'm going commercial. I'm going that direction, just because I've already realized and identified that the price points are going to be the same. Where if I go commercial, I'm going to get a few more needles. I'm going to get probably a little heavier duty machine, maybe a little bit bigger this, a little bit more that. You know, you just got to look and see if your trade-offs, maybe there's something on that other machine, on that 10 needle, that you desperately need that isn't on that other one. Because I know, like the brother, like this one here has the laser eye. Now, I know some of them don't and some of them do. That laser eye is huge. I love that laser eye. It's also got a camera on it where I can turn the camera on, and if I have the snowman, I can put the snowman on there, and my applique or my embroidery design will never be off. Even if I don't have that thing hooped 100% correctly and I realize it, I can put the snowman exactly where I want it, and then that camera is going to find that snowman and place that design right where I want it to be. So little things like that is crazy. Liz, mine's just a single needle too. So yeah, But okay, so Melco's a subsidiary of Bernina, and I was thinking it was more the other way around. So okay, and that they're all intertwined. It's just crazy. Oh, buddy, yeah, you're such a good boy. So anyway, okay, the automatic, and see, that's huge, Pia. That automatic tension on that Melco. Oh my gosh, when Angela talked about that, that was a game changer for me right there. That's huge. So that's another thing that's got to stay in my brain when I finally go make that jump. Hey, Nita. Hey, we're talking all things sewing machines tonight. If you go back and replay the first portion of all this, you're going to get all about the industrial. So there's a whole lot of good stuff about the industrial. Hey, Cordelia. No problem. I will talk about this some more. We're just getting started about this. So, yeah. And the industrial, you're going to get a real good overview on industrial machines, Nita. So I don't know if you'll ever be there or not. It just depends upon the direction that your business will take in the future that you see going. So it's information. It's always good to know. Then if you do all of a sudden one day go, oh, wow, I'm there, and I didn't see myself going there, and you have to make that jump, you've already got, some kind of information about what's out there, and then you can do your research a little more efficiently without having to start at ground zero and go up. So yeah, it's and then again, Nita, I'm always here if you have questions or if you're looking to make that leap. We can always talk one-on-one, or if you've got one that you're looking at, I can always look at it with you and see. I'm a big one about the refurbished or whatever, especially for the industrial. You can save a lot of money and still get a really good machine. Yeah. Yeah. And then we started talking about if I was to, well, and I will eventually, but when I go multi-needle, what is going to drive my decision and where I'm at with what my business needs and where I'm going. And I think I've kind of already made a decision, but again, until I buy it, anything's fair game. But I think I have made a decision already. So yeah, I think I know where I'm going. But again, that's in the future. So the Racoma is like the FAF. Okay, I didn't know that, Amber. Okay, cool. I guess I hadn't done enough of the side-by-sides yet on those two. So, Nita, the one thing we've been talking about that maybe you've missed, a lot of companies make for more than one company. I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but you know about the brother baby lock thing. Well, that's very common all the way across the board. So Melco and Bernina, they're in bed together too. So if you look at the Bernina multi-needle and the Melco, they're the same, just different color on the casing, different name on it, and a different price, like about $4,000 different for the Bernina. So, those are the things that happen very commonly out there. A lot of companies will make, like, especially in the industrial world, industrial machines are really only made by like one or two companies, even though there's a whole bunch of different names on them. So, gotcha, Don. Yep. Hey, well, at least you know where you're headed. So, which one's cheaper? The Melco. The Melco is cheaper by like about $4,000. When you rewatch, you'll see my opinion, but I think a lot of people have noticed this. I think Bernina is a little overpriced. You can go get a lot of the same machines just with a different company, but you pay for the Bernina name. Berninas are awesome. Don't get me wrong. Those machines are Cadillacs. They are beautiful. If they weren't just a little, I think, overpriced, I'd probably own one. But I really, really, really do. And I know I've talked to a lot of people that have done a lot of sewing and they kind of feel the same. Now, there's going to be people out there that swear by their Berninas, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're awesome. So, yeah. Dawn, when you talk about the Melco and no screen, let's look at it this way. The Melco, you plug in your computer, and your computer is your screen. So you get a Windows computer. And so all of a sudden, by doing that, you don't have a screen that's like this, like you're normally seeing on like the Brother and the Baby Locks and all that you're seeing. You have a screen that's the size of a computer screen. So you have a big screen, and it's over here, and you can go and do what you got to do. So the minute I saw that, I'm looking at those little screens on all the others going, those are kind of small. I'm kind of liking this over here because I can really get in there and I can just, I can see what I'm doing. And yeah, it's a game. That was a game changer for me because when I first saw the Melco and I saw no screen, I'm like, okay, there's a little doohickey right there, but you got to see what you're doing. Where's the bells and whistles with this? Something's missing. And so I knew there was something I didn't know about yet. And that I like the computer. You can go get a cheap one, or if I go Melco, my whole thought process is, even though my Dell here is kind of a pricey one because of what I had to buy it to use for, I thought, well, I could use my Dell because I do eventually want to get a Mac. So I could use my Dell, but then I keep telling myself, oh my gosh, you spent so much money on this Dell to get all the upgrades for a reason. You might want to keep it that way because the Mac ain't going to be able to do what you bought this one for the reasons. So again, like I said, when I buy stuff, I have usages already slated for them and futures for them. So if I go that route and get the Melco, I'll probably get a cheaper computer unless it's so many years down the road and this one's starting to already lose its efficiency. Then I'll just plug that one in and we'll go from there. But yeah. Oh, is the 1055 quiet? Gotcha. Because I love the sound of those machines though when they run. I mean, I'm sure we all do. They're just, you turn it on and all of a sudden my blood pressure just goes down, But then that's just sewing in general. Oh no, Anna. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, you have a good evening, Anna. I'm sorry you missed a lot of the chat. So yeah, we'll see you soon, okay? Divya's got Melco on her list. I know, Liz, that auto tension on that Melco, trust me, that's a big decision one for me. Yeah, because most of the others don't have that. Now, the Bernina has that, sorry. Oh, that's awesome, that purr. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. And see, we're not supposed to mess with tension, but those of us that have done enough know once in a while it has to happen. It's not a never touch, never touch. It's the don't touch but rule. So, yeah. Okay, so the Brother, we'll go back for those that have joined and missed this. I'll kind of give you a real quick on this one. Okay, I was not looking to purchase this specific machine. Again, I'm always cruising eBay, Craigslist, yada, 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 all the other websites that I trust for their refurbish, their factory refurbish, their took in as trade in, that kind of stuff. Because a lot of times people will go buy a machine, realize they bought the wrong machine for them fairly early in, go trade it in right away and get a better machine. So the same as you buy a car and maybe the car you bought was used as a loaner car through the company, and so it's got real low miles, or somebody didn't like it and they brought it back and changed it because they were like, it's between this one and this one. And then they got it home and just really wasn't happy. So they drove it for a couple months and then took it back in. That's the kind of deals I'm looking for. So COVID happened a year ago, and my Janome was starting to kind of hiccup on me on the computer. And to replace the computer on a lot of these computerized machines that are older, it's not cost effective. So when that computer dies, the machine dies, I'm done. Don't get me wrong, I'm one to sew by turning the wheel sometimes if I'm desperate and I've got an issue. And yeah, okay, so I'm that girl. So if that one ever dies, I'll probably keep her in the corner just for that, because I know if I get super desperate and everything's down, I can get a straight stitch to get me through finishing a project just by doing that, or a zigzag or something, just to finish something if I'm stuck. So, anyway, so my computer is slowly dying, and it's been better this year. I think it's because I got this and she realized she better get her game going. And so I found this on eBay, and it was through a Colorado Sew and Back, and had very low stitch miles on it. I mean, it was like 800,000 embroidery stitches or something. So brand new, Nita, and those that have just joined. This machine's about 3 years old or so. It was about $8,000 to $10,000 machine, because it does all the embroidery sewing combo. It's got the 8x12 embroidery hoop. It's got a lot of the bells and whistles. It's got an upgrade kit on it where I can digitize with the pad. And I just realized the other day when I went to play with it, I didn't get the USB that goes in there, so I'm missing part of it. So I got to try and get that replaced. But I picked it up, Nita, $2,000. $2,000. I would have never bought it, even if I never embroider on it again, which I love the embroidery part on this. But my Janome, I still think my Janome embroiders just a little bit better. I will sew on this all day long, all day long. It is the most amazing sewing machine. So I knew when I bought it, it would be a replacement for that as a sewing machine. It's got the embroidery. That one's got the embroidery. Okay, now I have two embroidery machines for as long as my Janome keeps going. So when my Janome dies, then I'm going to be screwed and be down to one again. And then that's when I'm going to have to look at just a straight embroidery. I'm never going to do a single needle again, just because of the changing of the threads. We all know that. All of us that have started with a single needle know that's very time consuming. And I'm at a point now where it's very frustrating, time consuming. And I don't do as much embroidery as most of you girls do yet, but I will. And yeah, Nita, you're going to get your Viking going. I'm really curious. When you talked about that, I'm excited to see that. The one thing I was going to tell you about that too, when you're talking about the floppy disks, check with, if you're going to a Viking dealer, check with the Viking dealer to see if there is not some plug-in thing now that you can buy that will convert to either a USB or an SD card. My Janome has SD cards, and the SD plug-in is just, it plugs into the side of the machine, and then it's just this little thing that you stick in, where mine's actually in my machine. So double check that that isn't a possibility to get a hold of that too. And if that's the case, that gets you out of the floppy disk thing, because that is going to be very limiting, I bet. Yeah, I know you're at that point, and that's where I'm like, I've got to always have, guys, I have 5 sewing machines. So I've got the industrial, I have the serger, I've got the 2 sewing embroidery combos, and then I've got my FAF that's in the house that's just pure sewing, but it's the computerized one that's also kind of slowly doing the death dance, because it's the same age as my Janome computer death dance, not sewing machine death dance. So those computerized, you know, they do have a shelf life, unfortunately. It just happens. It's the way it is. And I'm hoping these aren't going to be the same way, but in 20 years, who knows? You know, it is what it is. A computer's a computer. So yeah, I'm excited to see that one though, Nita. And you might be really shocked that it could be like that machine where you're like, why didn't I pull that out sooner? What was I thinking? So yeah, I'm sure there's conversion. It's whether her machine actually has the ability on it to plug that conversion into it, or how that works. Maybe the conversion actually is the floppy and it's got a wire attached to it. So that kind of thing. But if you can get a conversion, I'd really look into it, and it wouldn't be that expensive. External floppy disk reader. So if you've got the external floppy disk reader, then maybe it is. Maybe there is a plug-in right there. So you might be golden. Who knows? But yeah, it uses any SD card that you use in your cameras. So if you've already got an SD card in your camera, you've already got it. So you're good to go. And I just have one that I dedicate strictly now. Is it ideal? No. My Janome drives me crazy because it holds a lot of files, but I don't know if it's my Janome that's doing this or if it's the SD card. And I think it's probably my Janome that's doing this. It doesn't want to open that SD card very well. And sometimes it coughs at me to do that. And then when I do get it open, sometimes it doesn't want to read everything I've got on there. It's like it's too much. And it never used to be that way. So that's why I'm like, oh, I think she's slowly dying. And I'm crying because I love it. I do not have a cover stitch yet, Dove, yet. Okay, yeah, I haven't found the need consistently to justify it yet. So not there yet. But anyway, so that's this little girl here. You'll see me using her periodically. She's touchy. I'm not kidding. She's touchy. And that doesn't make me happy because the things that make her touchy are enough of a game changer for me that I can't rely on her. So, and I think it's just the embroidery part that makes her touchy. I don't think as a sewing machine she will be. So I think limited use on her. I don't like saying that, but I think it is going to be more limited than I was hoping for. I find myself going back to my Janome more than I thought I would. So yeah. Oh, that's the other thing about my little industrial girl here. Her little foot treadle. It's just a hook that hooks into the servo motor. The servo motor has a cylinder that comes down that has a hole in it. And so the hook goes through there. And when you push on your foot, it pulls that cylinder down out of the servo motor. And that's what makes it go. So that thing keeps popping out. And I'll be sewing along. And if I stop to do something and all of a sudden clunk, and I'm like, oh, great, it just popped out again. And I need to get like some pliers or something and pull that down because that thing is beefy and it's going to take quite a bit to pull it just a little bit more to keep it from popping out, or maybe I can just put a cork on the end or something. But yeah, I just need to do that. Do not have too much on the card. Yeah, and I think that's where I'm at, but it never used to have that problem. So I'm kind of questioning that my machine is just getting old. But okay, let's walk over there. Do you guys want to see her? Because I really do love her. I love her a lot. And we might have a funeral when she dies. I love her that much. Yeah, and I never used to use the embroidery on her until recently, the last couple of years or so. And she embroiders like none other, you know. Okay, let's walk over there. You guys are going to have to go with me, hang with me here because I don't want to make you sick while we walk over there, okay? You get in the studio tour here, but I've got to move my computer and the whole bit. I can't wait until I can get on my phone completely, guys. It's kind of limiting, and you can look at all that over there for a second while I move. But you all know what this dance is like until you get enough people, and you can be a little more mobile. The camera is helpful, but limiting still. All right, so here's my Janome. Let's see, let me just put you here. So there's the Janome, and she's the 9500, MC 9500. And then if anybody's curious, you can still buy her
She is, I've actually was shocked. I went looking for, I don't remember what I went looking for. I went looking for something about a month or two ago online for her. And I actually came across some machines and I they've got to be used because I can't imagine this model is still available because I think the 9700 or 9750 came out after that, and it's the same one, just a step up. And there's got to be more since then. But I was shocked that I could actually get it. But doesn't it look like the PE 800? Every time I look at that, I'm like, wow, this just looks exactly like that PE 800. Yeah, the card could be old, Don. I thought about that, and I put another card in there, and I still had the same problem, and it was a newer card. So I don't know. I just deal with what I got when it comes to this now. So yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Throwing the timing out, Nita. You missed me talking about that on the industrial. So when you throw the timing out on the industrial, you learn how to fix the timing, and it's the exact same way to fix the timing on any machine. So once you've learned how to fix the timing, and you can see it out there all over on YouTube, it wouldn't hurt for everybody just to go and find it and look at it because it's really kind of cool the way they do it. But it is literally the difference of almost a hair or two on whether your timing is 100% on or not. It's really crazy. And you can figure it out. You really can because when you get it really close, when you sew through something, you can usually still tell if the timing's off a little bit just by how it sews and the quality of the stitch. So you learn really quick. And then as soon as you get it back in, I'm proponent for take a picture, take a picture, take a picture. And I take a picture before I take things apart, and I take a picture as I take things apart so I don't have to remember. And then when I go put it back together, I've got the roadmap on how to get it back together too. So if you always do that, you're never going to have to worry about it. So anyway, she has the little here, let me see if I can pull it forward now, if I can get you close enough. So like right here is where you plug everything in for the embroidery, and it goes backwards. And so it rotates to the back. And I actually really like that because it's a pin that I put in there and then turn. And so it's solid and it never messes up. Now, the thing that you got to be really careful is there's never anything on your table when you go to take it out of embroidery mode back into sewing mode because it pulls it back and pulls it here. Ask me how I know, because there was a bobbin down there and I didn't know it, and it pulled the bobbin back with it and started making this grinding noise. And as fast as I could when it started grinding, I shut that off because I knew instantly what happened. But by then I'd already did enough damage that I had to take it in and get it fixed. And the guy that fixed it is like, well, I can't promise until I get in there that we can fix that. And I said, I know exactly what I did, and I know that it's a gamble that you can fix it, but try. I didn't break any of the teeth off. I was shocked because there's teeth in there, and he's like, I don't even know if I can get parts for it because of the type that it is. And I was like, well, just let me know. He fixed it. It was perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Again, it's brand new. I mean, I about died when I knew what it did because I knew darn well I've been using this for 20 years, being so careful, and then finally one day it happened. So anyway, that's the only bad part about that free moving in the back. But other than that, it's really cool because the hooping, it is some of the simplest hooping because of that. It's just got this little turn. So it's a little lock mechanism, and you just set it in there, and you're done. And it's in there, and it's solid, and it's not moving, and that thing it goes. It doesn't shake. It doesn't nothing. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Just seeing what I've missed here. Yeah, and for the longest time, Cordelia, I didn't use the embroidery part of that machine either. And when I finally started doing it, I was like, why in the heck? Why did I wait so long? Because this thing embroiders beautifully. And I think it was just because I was always having a hard time with the SD card. So this is what I've got to put my SD card in. So here's my SD card, and then it has to go in this type of a thing to go in the side, and it's old. So I don't think that most machines do this anymore. So the card reader, Nita, that I'm thinking of, you won't have to have this probably. This will probably just go straight into the reader, I'm assuming, because that's typical usually now from what I've seen for most of the card readers. And this thing, I've just done this so many times, I think it doesn't want to connect in as well either. Now, I do have another place I can plug in right here, so that might be an option if this kind of starts failing on me. And it's telling me I have a memory error. Well, I really don't. It wants to format the card, and I don't want to do that because I'm going to lose everything on there. So it's just little errors like that keep happening, and it shouldn't be. So that just tells me my poor baby is getting old. She's just, I love her though. She's been through so much with me. I've used her from the beginning of my business. So she's gone through the beginning of my business and helped me grow my business and got me there. And then my FAF was there with me too. And now I'm kind of having to move on because I'm wearing these things out. You know, they've only got so much abuse I can give them before it starts becoming, yeah, this is a home machine and it's not meant to take that kind of use. Hey Zoa, hey, yay! I'm glad you made it. Yeah. You'll learn a lot when you go back, Zoa. If you want to learn about industrial machines, we've talked a lot about industrial machines. Talked about my brother. Now I'm showing what I started on my Janome. Talked about my very first machine that I've still got. It's upstairs. So we've talked about a lot of machines here. So, and then we talked about, a lot of people are talking about their machines in the chat too. So if you go back and watch all of that and read the chat too, you're going to learn a whole lot about a lot of people's machines and different brands and what they love about them and that kind of thing. You want to see the card again? Okay. Here's the card. So it's just a Scandeez. It's just one that goes in my camera. That's all it is. It's an SD card. And then this is a compact flash PC card adapter that has to go into my machine. It goes in my Janome. Now, not every machine that uses the SD cards has to have this. My machine has to have that. So it's I think a little bit of the disconnect is that as well, because of all, if you see, there's like, and you may not be able to see, but there's like a bajillion holes in here for the teeth. So there's pins in here that go into that teeth. So any one of those pins could be bad. And that's where some of this could be happening for me too. So I need to look at this plug, and I think I got to go back to my owner's manual. It may go into my computer, or it may go to an external SD card reader, and it might be the SD card reader. So anyway, but I do have that option as well. And then I think that was it for those options for getting other things into this machine. But yeah, she's got a lot of embroidery like things in here as well, a couple of borders, and they all come with these fonts. This one only had like 2 or 3, I think 3. And the weirdest part about this, and I was playing with this the other day, so I was like, I've never played with some of these other fonts. And then I went through the sewing area because the way that they have this made me think it was part of the sewing. And then I realized now it's part of the embroidery. So I had to really struggle to go find it, to get these to pull up. And then there's also monograms in there. And I was like, I totally forgot I had monograms on this machine. So it does like the 2 and the 3 letters together. And I've got like 6 different ones. I've got 4 2s and 4 3s. And I was like, man, I need to wake up and look at my machines a little more to see what's built in, because most of these built-in embroidery patterns were not something I would use. And so I just kind of ignored all of them. And then I started really looking, and I was like, wow, I might use that border, because now I could see how I would use that. And yeah, those monograms, wow, wow. I need to start stepping up my game here. So yeah, Liz, I don't think my machine lets me do that. I think it's just old enough, but I got to go look and make sure. But I don't think I can. I can on my brother. That would be an option. I just use the USB at this moment, but I might try that because it's getting to the point where finding stuff on my USB is getting a little difficult because you only have a folder with a few characters. And so when I'm trying to label character or label folders a little differently now than when I first did because I can't ever find anything and I spend forever just searching for it. And I'm like, this is stupid. I know this is here. Where'd it go? Hey, Narrow, glad you could join us. So yeah, I think I'm still in a learning process on efficiency for that other one. And I just need to cut my umbilical cord from over here and just go over there and figure out some of my little hiccups. Because I think the hiccups, some of them are user error and not machine error. And then others might be just the difference between the brands. And I'm so used to the way this one works and not used to the way that one works. So, but the brother has its strengths that this one doesn't have to. So I think it's brand differencing at this point. Nita, have you had anything other than the brother and the Viking, or are those the only two embroideries that you've had? Because I know there's people, we've seen just about everything on here. A lot of people have talked about all their brands, and we've hit almost every brand. So sorry, I finally got to take a shower last night for the first time in a week, guys. I finally got my water back yesterday, and I was so tired. I went to bed with my hair wet, and so now it's just driving me crazy because it's like stringy and making me crazy. So that's why I keep messing with my hair. Sorry, but I have water. I have water. It's like, oh, yeah, it was a long week. The USB is easy. It really is. I think I just need to label my stuff a little differently. I think it's just purely user error for me. I get frustrated when I can't find something really quickly. So I think that's it. And I've got so many USB sticks that I think I need to actually just go back and categorize now and use one for this and one for that. And then that way I don't have to search quite so hard. I think that's some of it too, is my filing. Brother Runway and a Viking. Not a fan of the Viking. I secretly hate it. You have a love-hate relationship with that thing. And we were talking about this earlier, Nero, that some brands, some people absolutely love and others hate. And I think it's kind of like a car. You have certain cars that you love and certain cars you don't like, and vice versa with other people. I wonder if it's that, or sometimes too, I know it's just the machine that you've got. Sometimes that particular machine maybe is either was never one of the best ones that they made, or maybe just that one was made on a Monday or a Friday, as they always say in the car industry. As people weren't necessarily doing their best work at that time, so that machine kind of took the brunt of it for that whole thing. So could be that too. And my case in point with that was my FAF, because I grew up sewing on FAFs and they were all metal and I loved them. They were diehards. I loved them. And then I got my very first computerized machine, which was a FAF. And it was back when the computerized were just starting to come around, because I bought that one. And then 2 years later, I got this one. And this computerized was so much better than that FAF. And I was so disappointed with that one. So disappointed. And I know the FAF brand is amazing, absolutely amazing. And I just could not understand why I was disappointed in it. And the more I think about it, I think it's just because it's one of the first computerized machines they made. So it may not have been one of their better machines. So I still to this day struggle with it. I love her. She has the one thing that a lot of people don't know about the FAF is they have a built-in walking foot on them. That's the only brand that has an absolute built-in walking foot. I think they actually have the patent on it so that no other brand could do it for a while. Now, I don't know if the patent still stands, if there's a time limit, or whether it always is theirs, but it's called IDT technology. And so it's just this little thing that you pull down. I would show you, but she's upstairs. I even thought about bringing her down, but I was like, I'm just going to leave her up there. So you pull it down, and then it's just this little, it's just literally just a piece of metal, and it has like striations on the bottom, so it grips the fabric, and it just does this, and it's just this piece of metal. It's just straight. There's nothing special about it. It's not shaped like a foot or anything. It's just like a straight piece of metal, and it works beautifully. It is probably the best thing about the machine. And the only thing I've noticed with that is every now and then, as I get something started, and I didn't realize this when I first had it, and I was really frustrated with it, but the fabric kept getting caught in between the foot and that built-in walking foot. Well, now that I know that's always the issue, then a lot of times I'll start my stuff with, and you can pick that foot up and move it out of the way. So I'll put it out of the way, and then when I get going, I put it back down, and then everything's fine. So I've learned that was always the hiccup, but for the longest time, I could never figure it out. Yeah, and see, there are a lot of people love that runway. They love that Brother runway, and I've looked at those, and they look like they're fabulous machines. So I don't know. Yeah, the built-in walking foot, it's amazing, isn't it, Dove? But yeah, Nara, you just said it right there. You know, your husband loves that Viking and you love the Brother. So I really just think a lot of times it is strictly, we have some machines that for some reason we just don't click with them. I don't know what it is. So yeah, it's that easy. But it is nice. I do miss that on this. I would have to put an actual walking foot on here. Now, some of the machines are trying to come up with this dual feed technology where instead of having a walking foot, they put the feed into the way that they do the feed dog, which if you guys don't know, the feed dog is the thing in that's on the bottom underneath your foot. That's a feed dog. And so they're trying to change that design a little bit so it works with a special foot, not a walking foot, but just a special different foot to keep that feeding through. And so I think they're advancing that technology because walking feet are great, but they're still kind of glitchy. They have their moments, and then when you really need them to work, it seems like that's when they're being glitchy and not doing what they're supposed to be doing for you. So yeah, the industrial, you can kind of make it happen without a walking foot. I know they do have some walking feet ones, but most of them are built in. You can buy them now. I know the place in San Antonio I was talking about does sell them, and I was going to go buy one. I just haven't done it yet. I don't know that it's going to be a game changer when it comes to industrial. I've learned how to move the tension and the pressure. So the dogs underneath, I don't necessarily adjust that so much, but the pressure from the top, I can take that and loosen it and tighten it or make it heavy, I guess is what you should say. And that's works really well. And then I get the right foot on there, and I don't really need a walking foot then at that time because you got to be really careful with these industrial. The footbed itself can really rip up your fabric because they are that intense and that pressure is that intense. So yeah, I don't know that it's going to matter for me to get a walking foot for that. So that's another reason why I just kind of keep holding off. It is a game changer. Yeah, I agree, Dev. And it doesn't matter what we get used to. Yeah. And if you've never, you've never tried some of these others and maybe they have a little different way of doing something and it doesn't make it wrong or bad. It's just different and you're not used to it. So then it maybe bugs you a little bit. Cordelia, yeah, you got the jerky serger with the rest of us. Both me and Ediani have that. I love my jerky serger. I absolutely adore that thing. I pretty much hugged it when I got it home because I bought it. It was a floor model So I got a little bit of money off of it. And I told that story a while ago. So you'll have to go back to my Serger video to get the story because it's actually kind of funny. But I bought it and I brought it home and I was already excited because I tried it for like an hour in the store. And this was when I was telling you earlier in this vid about how when you go into some of these sewing places that sell the non-industrial machines, they're dealing with all the people that want to learn how to sew. And so, they're coming in, they don't spend a lot of time with you. They don't want to spend a lot of time with you because they're working on commission. And when I go into a place like that, I'm there to drop some money. I'm not in there to learn how to sew or whatever. I'm not looking at one of the lower end machines. I'm there to drop some money. So I want you to spend some time with me, or you at least need to let me play with the machine. And you can go do what you do, but you let me play with the machine. You let me do as long as I need to do with what I'm doing right there. And I think I was driving this lady batty. I was asking all these questions and I was saying, why isn't it this? Why didn't you that? And she was just looking at me like, would you just buy the machine already or just go? And I'm looking at her going, I'm for a serger, this is just a little pricier than some of the others. And I don't see a whole lot of people in the store here. You just chill. So when I finally walked out, there was the part that really bothered me the most about her that was very unprofessional was it was a floor model. And with sergers, they get very dirty inside and it doesn't matter. When I opened that up, there was a lot of fluff in there, not just a little, a lot. And I asked her, I said, are you going to clean this out? And she was just like, oh, no, it doesn't hurt it. You can just blow it out. And I'm like, I'm buying this machine and I got to take it home and clean it. Really? Really? I did, but it really put me off with her. And I'm just like, if the machine wasn't that fabulous, I would have left it there. That's how fabulous it was because I was like, I'm gonna hug this thing when I get home. And I mean, I went home and I sewed on it for days, and I was just like so flipped out because I was at the height of doing my linen pants, and I sell those a lot in the summertime and for weddings and for beaches and stuff. And I mean, at that point, that's why I went to buy that machine because I was, again, like the mocks and everything. My back was against the wall. I was not producing quick enough. I had orders coming in so fast, I couldn't get them out quick enough. And I had to do a game changer because I was using this as a serger and it was taking me a very long time and I knew it. And it was still, my quality of my stitch was not where I wanted it to be. And I didn't like the look. So I'm like, I've got to have a serger. And I knew I wanted a Juki. So I went and bought it and I got home and I went from taking 3 hours to make a pair of pants on this to 45 minutes. I was in shock. And it was just like, you could never pry that thing out of my hands after that. That is one of my prized machines just for that fact alone. So yeah, you do have to ask all the questions, and if they're not willing to answer them and you're not getting a satisfactory answer, you leave. You go somewhere else because that machine will be somewhere else and somebody will take the time with you. Oh, you don't have a preference, Zoa, so you don't necessarily have one that you absolutely love just a little bit more since you have the 3 brands? Yeah, Divya, I probably will. They're fairly simple. They're fairly straightforward. But yeah, you can whip them out. It's pretty amazing. But linen is a little bit of a fray. And that's where I was going crazy because I had to do an encasing stitch on here, which is very much like the serge stitch. But my machine was not happy doing it and kind of blew my mind because it's an embroidery sewing combo. So the motor and the mechanism inside should be capable of doing that movement. I was doing it on my Thaf for the longest time, and that's just a sewing machine. And so I understood there that maybe it was a movement my machine was not 100% happy with. But this one should have been doing it just fine. And it was for a long time, and then it wasn't. and it's never have since. So I was like, it was just time. It's just time to move on, to get something to do what I need it to do. And that's where Amber's at too. She's kind of got her back against the wall on a couple of things. And there just comes a day where you just can't do it anymore. You have to take that step and get what you need. So yeah, Ediani does want a Juki, Shayna. She's sold on him. I spoiled her, and she bought that. She bought the same serger I've got, and I think that tipped her. It tipped me. Let me tell you, it totally did. I always wanted a Juki, but that just solidified it. Yeah, and that's one of them that's going to be down the road just a touch, Divya, because you know how we're doing these. We're building, we're slowly putting the building blocks together. So we're taking you from just learning how to sew all the way up. We'll be there soon. We've got things laid out through the end of March, and if I don't put it in with that, then I'll do just a separate tutorial on it on my own and tape it and put it out there. So it'll be coming here in the next 6 weeks, or maybe even sooner. I might do it sooner yet. I haven't 100% sat down and figured out my schedule for the next couple of weeks. So I need to do that. Lock and Brother. Yeah, they're more affordable and reliable, but an industrial Juki, yes. You're going to love our conversation about the industrials then. I think you'll learn a lot, Zoa, because there's a lot out there that are avenues you won't consider until maybe you've listened to some of my comments. And then all of a sudden, I think you're gonna get out there and start looking around. And then what I've said, you're gonna start seeing. And then all of a sudden, the pieces are gonna all start flying. And you're gonna be like, oh, but yeah, the Juki still, after all those pieces, I'm still just kind of going, I still want another. I still want more Jukis. I just do. I've got probably 2 on my list that I want, and I've wanted for a very long time. So yeah. Yeah. I missed something there, Nero. That's okay. I'll go back and read it. Yeah, we're all machine hoarders, Don. We are. I'm one of the worst because I've got 5 and I probably want another 4 or 5. Yeah, if I could have a room full, a factory full just for me, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would. And I'd use them all. I'd have them all going some way. I'd figure it out. I just would. Yeah, and I'm a bad influence, guys. I'm just going to tell you right now. You hang with me too much longer, and you guys are all going to have a whole room full of machines, and they're going to be. Everyone's going to have a reason. There's not going to be a duplicate because every single one of my machines has a purpose, and I have it for a purpose, and there's a reason why I got that machine. So every single one has a job, I guess you could say, and a purpose and a backup or something it does better than one of the others that does that same exact thing. But I go to that one to do this, but I go to that one to do this. And yeah, it's nuts. And there's a dance here, but you guys get it. You guys understand my crazy here. I know, Shayna, I think, guys, and I keep bringing this up. Sorry, my shoulder is still super sore from when I fell last week, and I still don't have very good range of motion. It's just going to take time. But I think we should do like a Zoom party once in a while where we all just get together and sew on Zoom and just have a big old Zoom meeting. And we can all just work and chat. And actually, rather than people typing, we can all just really talk in real time and actually work while we're doing this. Wouldn't that be fun? I know, Liz, that's where I'm getting to. I'm going to run out of room for me because it's going to have so many machines in here. And then when I get a multi-needle, I'm looking around going, I got to figure this one out. I got to rearrange again to make something fit, and it'll fit. It'll fit. I got room. It's just a matter of rearranging the furniture again. And I've got plenty of space out there that you guys aren't looking at. I love being able to move around, and I can move around right now, but I don't know how much longer that's going to be going because you got to have a big table, and then I may need just a little bit more table space, and then yeah, it's good thing I've got a deck out there. I just need nice weather and no bugs. The biggest one is the no bugs. The big we grow the big stinging flying things down here. So yeah, bug thing. It's okay, Sandy. You're going to be doing just fine. I haven't heard about this one though, Sandy. I know I caught you talking about it on one of the other chats, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with you to see what you got. What did you get? What did you get? Tell me. Because last time I saw a chat, you were still wanting to get one, and you were having problems with the shipping being too expensive. And then I saw you got one, and I'm like, I missed something. Tell me. I want to know what you got. Oh, Zooming, Shayna, it's easy. People, we all just talk. Everybody, you could talk all at the same time. It happens. So yeah, it's just a big old party. It's a good time. And it's so cheap to be able to, I think it's like $15 a month to have like a long Zoom time. My family today, which we probably wouldn't want to do because we'd be working on stuff, but for free, you get like 40 minutes and then they kick you off and then you just log back in again, get another 40 minutes to kick you off, and you just log back in again, and you just keep doing that. Now, I don't know if there's a limit on how many times you can do that, but we did it like 3 times. So, there's ways around that. But for all of us to keep getting kicked off if we're doing something, have to log back in every 40 minutes, I would feel like we're doing it every 5. So for $15, it'd be easy to be able to do. And if a bunch of us, took turns one month and I paid for 15 and next month somebody else paid the 15, we could Zoom a lot and have a really good time. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And then we could see everybody else's machines too. If somebody or people are looking at certain things, you get a chance to kind of peruse people's machines. Now you can't touch them or play with them, but you can still see them, demonstrate them for you. That would be really amazing. Yeah, now the SE 1900. Does that have the bigger hoop? Is that the one that has one that's just a little bit bigger than the ones that are on the PE 800, or is it the same size as the PE 800? I've seen that. I've seen that model, but I can't remember. I'm so glad you got that. I am so glad. I know, but you're going to use it, Sandy. It's one of those where if you use it, use it, use it, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Okay, so the same hoops as the PE 800. Then it's fine. And that sewing feature, though, in all reality, you're going to be happy you've got that. You're going to need it. You're going to use it because if you start doing a lot of these sew-alongs with us, you're going to use it. You're going to want to do some of this stuff. So, how exciting! I know. I think we should do this, guys. Don't you? Wouldn't that be fun? You did. And are you posting what you're doing, Sandy? I want to see. I want to see. So yeah, and I don't like working by myself. It's too quiet, and my cat just sleeps most of the time, even though he was kind of poking around over here. But most of the time, he just sits and does his thing, or he lays up here and just kind of rules from above, and then it's just me down here with whatever noise I can find. I'm so excited for you, Sandy. I'm so glad you finally got one. I've been rooting for you to get one. Oh, and you've got a serger. I guess I didn't know that, Sandy. Okay, you pull that baby out. Kenmore's a good one. Kenmore's a good brand. Yeah, I bet you're going to love that. It is, Dawn. I know. So it'd be one of those too where if we had a couple of people who had like the Zoom accounts, we could even do like a Zoom on demand thing where all of a sudden, hey, guys, I'm going down to my studio. Who wants to join me today? Kind of thing. Let's have a little bit of a party, and I've got a bunch of work to get done. So I think it could be fun. you know, and then we could even then watch, group watch some people's live YouTubes too. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a blast? Oh yeah, I'm sure it's heavy. But you know, we weight lift with ours. This thing's heavy. This thing's kind of, there's times I've lifted up and I'm like, it's crazy. Now get this, guys, get this. So my FAF, when I was first traveling down here before I moved, I was just getting the business going. And so that was when I was laid off. And so I was really trying to get the business going. And so I would come down here because I was dating somebody at the time, and I'd fly down. And I really was tormented about the fact that I was leaving my machine behind, and I'm not working. And I'm like, and he's going to work and I'm sitting there all day. I could be working. You guys know what I'm talking about. I flew with that FAF. I flew with her, and she was heavy, but not as heavy as this one, but she was heavy. So I go through TSA. One of the first times, you guys are going to die. The TSA agent, he sends it through the belt and he's scanning it. And he looks at me and he goes, "Is that a printer?" I'm looking at that going, "A printer? What about on the screen? Have you seen a printer that looks like that?" But that was just the cutest little thing. I couldn't believe it. So I looked at him and said, "No, it's a sewing machine." And he just kind of looked at me like, "Oh, send it on." I was like, "A printer." Yeah, that's what we were talking about, Dawn. And the thing is, yeah, we could do it for 40 minutes and then you get kicked off and then you have to log back in. I don't know how many times you can do it. My family did it 3 times today, but it's kind of a pain in the butt if you're doing something to constantly have to keep logging back in. I mean, we can do it if people want to do it that way. That's not a problem. I don't care. But I'm just thinking, would that be a problem? I could just see I'd be in the middle of doing something and get kicked out and have to, you know, would it be a problem for others, you know, where they're at, kind of thing. So it's the only thing I'm thinking of. It is fun to sew and chat, and it's fun to see what everybody else does because it also expands you. You know, you maybe have thought about doing it, but then when you watch somebody doing it, you're like, "Oh, that's fun. I want to do that. I never wanted to do that, but now I want to do that." You know, it's really good because it stretches all of us in ways that we maybe didn't stretch before because it wasn't presented to us in the way that interested us. And now you're like, "Oh, yeah, that I'm on that boat now." I'm here's the big one. Okay, so I have had a cutter. I've got a big, heavy commercial cutter. She's probably about like this, the kind you pick up. She stands about this tall, loud, noisy. I bought her 10 years ago. They were not making the crickets. They were not making the silhouettes. None of those existed when I went looking. You had your choice of 2 or 3 brands when I went looking because my mocks were selling so fast. I was at a point where I either needed to hire somebody to help me or I needed to be able to figure out a way to cut these out faster, like a die cut kind of thing. And so my cousin is an engineer and he absorbs stuff like that like crazy. So he came down to visit me and spent the weekend. And he's like, "Okay, now tell me about this problem you've got. Let's figure this out." And so he was trying to help me figure out how to make those happen quicker, how to get them cut out quicker and everything. And the thing at that time that we could come up with basically was some kind of a metal. You can have a metal machined that is a pattern, and then you put it in the press and you cut it. And so that's where he was at. And but he's like, okay, I understand. Okay, we're starting there. That's the old school way. That's rudimentary. That's bulky. That's expensive. Okay, but that's where we're at right now. So we were kind of going, and then I said, what if there's a machine out there that cuts it? And because literally they did not exist yet. So I went online and searched, and I found this black cat cutter, and it cuts. It was meant for cutting the the HTV, the vinyls, and it was pretty much for the printer, the heat press kind of thing, not for the applique like we do or anything. It hadn't gone to that point. It kind of was still maybe clings for the window, clings for your car. Um, then they were using it to etch and emboss and stuff like that. So I asked the people who were making it if it would cut leather, and the lady's like, I don't know, it should. I actually sent her pieces of leather so she could test it before I bought it because this was a very pricey cutter, and she did it with it, and so I bought it. It was a hit and miss kind of thing. The the what am I going to say, the boards that you put it through, the mats. I'm getting to that point in night where I'm losing my brain. The mats were not. They had to be super sticky to hold the leather because it would cut and then it would start pulling it up and moving the leather with it. So I had to make them extra sticky. And then it worked, but then I'd sometimes have residue on, and so it would sometimes it worked beautifully, and other times it wouldn't work at all. So it was real hit and miss. So I kind of quit doing that, and so I put it away for the time being. You guys are the ones that have made me pull it out this last couple of months, and it's back out and it's on my floor. This is a beast because I'm like, I put money into this. I've used it. Don't get me wrong. I've used it, but I've not used it to its full potential. And I've got the ability to do some really cool stuff with that. So right now I'm using it to do my labels for my clothing, and I'll show you that either on a video I record or on the next live or something, because I'm still fine tuning. I think I'm there. I just got to cut them out one more time or two more times and make sure it's working. So I'm doing them for the labels, and then I'm going to start doing other things with it too. But I do want to do some like window clings and stuff, at least for in here. For my wall, I want to do some cutouts. I want to put some Bible verses up above my door. I've always wanted to do that since I built this, so I want to do that. I want to put some clings on my doors, on my that has like my company name. Put those out there, and then just I'll go from there. But you guys got me back into it, so I'm loving it. It's actually working this time. I was having a little hiccup with it here and there, getting it to do what I needed it to do. So yeah, I know they're all she's. Isn't that truth, Amber? It gets like my car's a she too. I call everything she. Oh, Nero, you gotta find that one thing and just keep doing it and doing it, doing it. You know, the thing is, a lot of times we don't give things a long enough time to catch on. Just because somebody's not catching on, what we think is our window of time may not be it might be too early. It may be, it needs a little more time. Maybe you need some things to go with some of these things. Maybe you need to present it in a different light. You just never know. Just because you think it's not catching on doesn't mean it's not going to. So don't give up on some things. They're narrow. Just keep going. Yes, you will, Sandy. You'll improve. You will improve. I guarantee it. You having a hard time getting fabric up there, are you? Is it expensive or it's just not plentiful? A sewing trailer, I love it. Yeah, I would love that. You know, I've always had this, and it'll probably never happen, but I've always had this thought that what if you did an RV and you got an RV and you retrofitted the inside, and I could just see this being a really cool one of those silver arrow trailers. There's a name for them, Aero something or other. And you retrofitted it out to have places for your multi-needle and your sewing machine and whatever. And then you would have the back end either pop up or the side pop open like a shop. And you go around to, like, you decide to go for 2 months and just kind of do a circuit where you hit all these fairs or markets or whatever, and you have your display out there. And then if for some reason something wasn't out there, you could either do it for them if you choose to, or you could just be working while people are buying or shopping, because we've all done those fairs, at least most of us have, where one day is super busy and then maybe the other two are kind of dead. And so you'd still be working and you'd still be making things and putting them online and still possibly selling. It's just another outlet. Plus then people get to see you and it's a novelty and they get to watch you, and the little kids that you could influence to come up and learn how to do this craft that is, they say is dying, but I don't really think it is, but influence them or show them a different way. Maybe they don't have anybody in their life that does this, and they might be truly interested, maybe very talented, and they just didn't know it. Yeah, how fun would that be? Yeah, Shana, that'd be cool. I think you should. You haven't named us, so because with Nita, we're her little guacs. And if you named us, you could do something for that. Is Nita still here? Or did we lose her? Scratchies are done and completed. You forget the struggle. I know you do. You always forget the struggle when you get done, because it's always so cool and you always learn something every time there's a struggle. I do a lot of dog sports and people have trailers like that. Yes. See, exactly that, Dawn. Yeah. Something like that. Our city is still in lockdown. It's curbside pickup. The items are limited. Other regions are open. We've been very careful since COVID started. So have these. Oh, I get it, Sandy. Okay. That makes some sense. Yeah. That's where, and I know it's pricey to ship, but sometimes if you do like a huge order and make the shipping worth it, then maybe that's what you need to do, and just place like a really big bulk order over a little here and a little there until you can get through all of this and get back to whatever a quasi normal is going to look like afterwards. I've never taught anyone, much less a kid, so that might be a mess, but she's interested in the skill. Narrow, we got you. We got you on that one. We'll get you through that. We'll teach her. And that's another thing, where if we do some of these Zooms, we could definitely teach her on a Zoom, because then she could sit there and do, we can talk her through it, and then she can do it while we're doing something. And if she has a problem, she can ask a question or show us what she's doing. So, that would be real easy. No Joanne's or Hobby Lobby here. Oh, variety of fabrics you guys have are amazing. I haven't ever been. Oh, Sandy, that's tough. I know Canada's limited, but wow, I didn't realize that you didn't even have Hobby Lobby up there. Wow, that's rough. Have you had much with private stores? I mean, is it just something that just doesn't exist, period, and people maybe can't make a living out of it? I don't know. Because I know it's tough. It's real tough to make a living. Sometimes on some of that, when you're in a secluded, not really secluded area, but maybe an area that is a little less densely populated. Yeah. How old's your daughter, Sandy? Wow, guys, I just looked at the time. I didn't realize I'd been on almost 4 hours. Oh my gosh, this goes so quick. One of my daughters wanted to learn to sew. I did teach my son-in-law how to sew. He wanted to learn, so I gave him a machine. Good for him.
I was thinking of getting another machine. Yes, one of those simple Singer machines that has only straight stitch and a zigzag for her to start. Okay, Nero, you and I need to talk. Okay, we're gonna talk. Um, if you're gonna get her a Singer, don't buy her one of those off the shelf. Get her an old Singer or an old Kenmore or something. You know, if you go back and I was talking about Craigslist and all that, picking up one of those machines and you pay the same price as you would for like one of them off the shelf at Walmart, but it's going to be a better machine for her to learn on. I guarantee it. Okay. So if you see a few, let's talk. You know, you can always send me pictures, say, what do you think? Whatever. But I would, if she's going to learn how to sew, I want her to learn how to sew on something that's not going to frustrate her, something that we know is going to be a solid machine, and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. You know, some of those older machines are, oh my gosh, I've seen some that I'm just like, I want that machine, and I don't know why. It's old, it's beautiful, it only sews like a straight and a zigzag, but that machine's speaking to me, and I know it would probably like still be alive after I'm dead, kind of thing, you know. And it was like, it's $50. I want that machine, but I can't justify it, you know. So I've got a problem. Okay, she's 12, so she's ready. Sandy, she's ready. Yep, she's old enough. Remember the variety being, yeah, you know, and it probably isn't, Sandy, and that's the worst, you know. I'm sorry. Let's see if we can't be creative for you. Let's brainstorm a little bit. Figure this out. Our owner not even interested in sewing. You know, and I don't know that they're not interested. It might be just where they're at in their life at this moment. A lot of the kids under 20 or even 25 are still like, no. And then the minute they turn like 25 to 30, all of a sudden they wake up to it and they're like, why didn't I do this all along? You know, it's just like all of a sudden overnight. So I think it just has something to do with they're not now, but don't write them off because it very well could happen. Narrow, she'll probably be ready too. Yeah, you've got to gauge anything under 12 or 13. You've got to gauge where they're at and if you think they're ready. Some kids are ready right away when they're real young and others aren't. Shayna, I'm not real good at names, so I'll let the others take over on that one. Sometimes I'll get lucky and throw out a good one, but most of the time I'm just not good at them. But yeah, Nero, we can find her a good one. We can find her a real good one, and it won't cost you anything more. So we'll just have to keep our eyes open. And another place, Nero, to look is estate sales. You can sometimes pick up some really good ones at thrift stores. And the reason why I say thrift stores is because grandma passed away and the family doesn't even know that she's got a really nice old heavy duty Singer that's all metal right there, and they just donate it. So sometimes all it needs is somebody just to give it a little bit of servicing and you're good to go. So you can pick them up at thrift stores sometimes for $30. You take it in, you get it serviced, even if it costs you, say, $75. You've invested $100, $105, $110, and you've got a machine that she's going to keep for the rest of her life. And it's always going to be her workhorse. Hey, Amber Moore. Yeah, Narrow, they don't have to show their faces. No. But if we did it on Zoom or did something like that, then it wouldn't matter because then they wouldn't be in a public area if their face did show. So that's another reason why I'm saying Zoom or Skype or whatever, because we could even Skype, and Skype's free. Specific name or name of a general name that is inclusive, focused on sewing. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one up to you guys. There's always much to learn. We've always got so much to learn. Because my big thing that I kind of never thought I would be interested in doing, and then all of a sudden last year, for some reason, I was watching
a bunch of, see, I knit as well, and I've knit since I was like 4. So that's another one of my side businesses, I guess I should say, because I've got two. I've got this one, and then I've got my fiber business for knitting and spinning and weaving and crocheting and that kind of stuff. So I was watching a lot of podcasts, the video podcasts on the knitters, and they took off into sewing, and some started sewing, clothes and whatever. And then they got on this trend, and I didn't understand it at first, but I kind of do now, where they started sewing their own bras and underwear. And I was watching them going, wow, you guys are just learning how to sew. That's kind of a big leap that you're taking there. And they were actually doing really well. They were buying these kits that somebody was putting together, and they're beautiful. They were absolutely doing a really good job. The first one or two, they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure it out. And then after that, they were doing an amazing job with it. And I thought, oh, I'd never see myself. And then all of a sudden, I was like, you know, maybe. And I don't know what it was that sparked me, but I was like, so I started looking at patterns for, underwear and stuff like that. And I think it's because as we all have these strange little shapes to ourselves, to go out and buy stuff like that as women, it's sometimes they just don't fit no matter what you buy. And it doesn't matter how perfect your shape is, they just don't fit. And it's because they're factory made and they're bulk made and they're mass made. And yeah, and I started thinking, I was like, when you look at what they've got into that, they want how much for that? And I could make it for like a fifth of that cost. And once I make one or two, then I've got it figured out and I could probably make them a little faster. Yeah. I might see myself doing that. So I don't know. I haven't gotten there yet, but I was like, I could maybe. And swimwear, then you could make your swimsuits fit exactly the way you wanted, whether it's one piece, two piece, whatever. I was like, that actually has some sense. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we can do video chat on Discord. I just don't know how good Discord is for a big group, because it seems like, because when Amber and Gabby and I get on, it seems like it gets a little glitchy just with 3 people. So that's the only reason why I'm kind of shying away from that and going to Zoom, because I know Zoom was built to handle a lot of people. So I don't know. Oh, I missed something. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. The video chat on Discord. I think we can do lives on Discord. I don't know. Yeah, I think Discord maybe will have, but like I said, once we get a couple people on, it tends to get a little glitchy. So that's tough. Yeah. Yeah, narrow. And I've been watching on how to make underwear on some of these. There's YouTubers out there that do it. It doesn't look hard. It really doesn't look hard. And then I've looked at some of the patterns, because there's some freebies out there, and I perused those just to see what it was about, and I was like, well, I think I can do this, and I can save myself a lot of money and have some prettier underwear than what I'm spending for next to that. Nothing for look wise, not that anybody sees me, but it's me. I kind of still like to see that it's like somewhat pretty. Oh, I know. Pink is so expensive. Their stuff is cool, but oh my gosh, so pricey. And when you look at what little bit of fabric, even if it's all lace, that fabric is not that expensive. By the time you get everything pulled together, I'm like, I think I probably got $4 in that. And you guys want 30, 25, 20, what? So yeah, for the price of one pair of underwear that you put into fabric, you probably have 4 pair, you know, 5 pair. So yeah, that's what I said, Don. I think it'd be very easy. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to try this. So we'll see. We'll see. And especially with the serger, I think it'd go really well because that's really meant for something like a serger. It could be perfect. Google Meet. I don't know, Ediana, is it? If it is, that would be, yeah, if we could come up with a platform that was free, because I know Skype is free and I know you can put a bunch of people on Skype. I just don't know how many you can put on Skype. But Skype's free. I know WhatsApp. I think you can put a couple people in WhatsApp, but I just don't know enough about the WhatsApp to know how many you can put on. So if anybody has any experience with some of the free ones out there, that would be okay. How did you get locked out, Amber? What? That's pretty odd. I wonder what happened. I wonder if it's just a little fluke or what. Do you need to maybe just make yourself a whole new profile and come in as somebody else and just let us know that that's who you are and try that and see? Because if you do that, and if they literally have locked you out, they will probably lock your IP address and you won't be able to do that. Where if it's just something, a glitch with your login, then you'll be able to come in as somebody else. Have you reset everything? Reset your username, reset your password? Because the only thing I say that is because my business credit card, I have called Citibank almost every month for the last 3 years because every month I go in and it will not let me in. And every month the person gets on there and tells me how to do it. And every month I do it the way they tell me how to do it. And I can't get in again. And I have to reset my username and my password every month. And I've called them how many times and complained. And they're like, yeah, we know we got a problem. We're working on it. And I'm like, I've been calling you for 3 years. When are you going to fix it? So, yeah, it is odd though, Amber. And maybe, yeah, but it's sad that you have to go through all of that, but maybe just try completely delete it, try resetting everything. And if that doesn't work, then just create yourself a whole new profile and see if that works. I know, Sandy, I've gotten pretty angry with the customer service people a few times because it's ridiculous. I shouldn't have to be going to the lengths that I have to go to with that just to get on to pay my card every month. I'm like, oh, you're more than willing to extend the money to me, but when it comes to paying you, you don't want to take my money. Oh, yeah, that's because you want all the other fees. So yeah, I don't know. I have heartburn with them, and I'm definitely, as soon as I find something to switch to, I'm going to switch because I'm just done. I'm so over it. Oh no. Seriously? You need my number. Yeah, you need my number, Amber. I will I'll send you my phone number through Instagram. That way you don't ever have a problem getting a hold of me. But I don't have the hem tape, and I've seen a few methods on YouTube. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't use hem tape on my circle skirts at all, Nero. Nope, nope. The quickest way to do it, and you said you have a serger? Do you have a serger? If you have a serger, if not, you can do this on a regular machine if you've got zigzag or whatever, but it works really easy with a serger. What I do is I serge around the edge, okay? And then you go to your iron. And so you've already got that piece that's serged. So you just take that serge and turn it back with your iron. And the hardest part is just getting that first this far turned and ironed. And then once you've got that, and you just can quick like iron around and flip so that, you know what I'm saying, it'll flip for you. And then you take it to your machine and you just straight stitch all the way around and it's already done. You've already got it somewhat turned. And eventually, once you've done that a few times, you'll get to where you can kind of finger press it. I'm just telling you to do it that way till you get used to it. Then you'll get to where you can finger press it. So you'll serge around. You'll go to your actual sewing machine. You'll finger press the first inch or two to get it going. You'll start straight stitching and it just kind of automatically folds for you because that serge is there. I've tried to use a hem roll foot and some people can do it. I can't do it. I am just so awkward with that. It'll get going and then it flips out for me. So I finally just give it up. I'm like, I fuddle with that more. And I'm so envious of those like you that can do that. I'm just like, you make it look so easy. And I'm over here going, I got it. I got it. I don't got it anymore. You know, so I just gave up. Yeah. And I know I just got to mess with it more. So I'm sure it's just this something I'm doing. I guarantee it's me. It's me. It's not the foot. I know it is. So, but yeah, Nero, try that. Serge it, and then, like I said, do the iron the first 1 or 2 times, and then after that, you'll be able to finger press it, and it'll just automatically turn because that serge kind of just makes it do it. So it's super easy. But yeah, and then it also gives you a nice little skinny little hem all the way around because that's kind of the thing for those circle skirts. And then they lay super nice and they just kind of do whatever they're supposed to do. Yes, Zoa, do it. Do a video on that because I know it's something I'm doing because it keeps flipping out. I'll get it threaded in there really good. And then as I'm sewing, less and less and less wants to feed in, and I know it's something I'm doing. So please do a video on that. Let me see where I'm screwing up. Because I've got like 3 or 5 or 10 of those because they always come with all my machines. And then my mom had so many feet. Oh my gosh, I've got like an entire drawer full of feet over there that I can't use on any of these machines. And they're specialty feet. And there's one, I swear, it's got to be a ruffler. It has to be. It's like this big contraption. And I keep looking at this going, this has to be a ruffler. And so I've got to look it up somehow. Because if it is, I think it might work on one of my machines. The way it looks like it fits on, because I'm like, I want to try that ruffler if I can get it to work. What do you mean happened to her Discord, Ediani? Did I miss something? Must have missed that. All the frets from the machines. I have to order one of those giant. Yeah, I know. Well, and then my brother, this was another thing. This was just a box in its own. This was all the feet that came with it. I mean, this whole big thing. And I pulled that out and instantly I went, oh, I see me dropping this right away. But look at all these feet that it came with. Isn't that nuts? So yeah, it's crazy. And then underneath, you know, it's got more stuff under there. Like I've got 2 of these. And each one of them has a use because I look through the book and there's something. And then I've got another plate for something. I have not had the time to really sit and read the book. I'm not one that likes to read manuals unless something goes wrong and then I read the manual. Oh, you did, Shana? Was there a reason for that? But yeah, I've got all kinds of these little specialty feet here that I need to sit and look, and some of them I know what they are and some of them I don't. I know, isn't it so? It's a lot. Where is a sewing machine?
I've got a couple of ideas for you, Ediani. Let's chat because I've been thinking about that since you talked about it. I've got a few different questions to ask you first because some of them might be limiting and others may, and it may not be. It may be exactly what you're needing. The questions I'm going to ask you are more about what you're going to do down in the DR. And I'm trying to think about what if you need service or repair or something. So there's that little hiccup too. So yours has got a little more involved than most people's. So let's chat. I'll talk to you. Oh, time management. I get that, Shayna. Yeah, I've not been on Discord as much. I'm like, you know, Cindy and Amber and everybody where we're like, I'm sorry, I've been busy because you know, that first couple of weeks when we were all on, and Amber remembers this more. So, because I think some of you guys came in a little later than that, when we were all just first flocking over there when it first opened, we spent a lot of time on there. And it was over Christmas too. So that made a difference. We had time. But now, when our lives kind of had to go back to normal, we weren't able to take that kind of time. And I miss everybody, but oh boy, yeah, it's one of those where I try and only check in once or twice a day, and I know I miss a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And I really hope you guys tag me if you're really trying to get my attention or something. That way, at least I do catch those because then it has, you know, how Discord will say there's like a message or something and it'll stay there until you find it. So if you're tagged on something, then I do catch those when I log in. So yeah, but there's other ways to get a hold of me too, people. You can always message me over Instagram. Again, I don't check into Instagram a ton, but I do check in every day. So to get an instant response from me may or may not happen right away that way. But yeah, there's other ways. So yeah, everybody's starting to understand the time thing on that. It is. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of time. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's fun. It's a rabbit hole. We can really fall down that. Really got to do something with this hair, guys. Those of you that just logged in not too long ago, I finally got water yesterday for the first time in a week. And I was so tired yesterday because I was busy helping getting my water going and getting everything done. And then that forced me to have to clean out my storage shed because of where the water leaked and everything. And I needed to do it anyway. So I had to pull everything out. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to organize while I'm here. So I did that. Totally exhausted me. And then by the time I got inside and did a load of laundry and did a load of dishes and tried to catch up, I was exhausted. So I took a shower, washed my hair, and just went straight to bed. And this is what happens when you do that. So it's driving me crazy. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Yeah. They're learning. Everybody's starting to learn what a time suck it can be, but it's good. It's fun though, because we have a lot of fun on there. And I love the fact that people get on and say hi in the morning. That's really fun. That's cool. And that's always a good time because if I don't get on and say hi in the morning, it's probably because I'm tied up. But if I'm not tied up, then I definitely get on and say hi and try and read through some things real quick and then move on. And then every now and then I've got my pop-ups, and you've been hearing them probably go off on my phone. I've got those still going, and I'm probably going to leave those because even if I'm sitting right by it, I just kind of glance over once in a while, or I can peruse if I don't glance, and then I can catch if somebody's tagged me real quick. And so I do want to at least try and be a little accessible, especially since we're doing some of these so-alongs and these chats and stuff, these informational chats. That way, if you guys do have questions, I'm trying to stay available as much as I can to catch those. Yeah, and Mac, you need to go.
So bye-bye, buddy. So yeah, but and I don't get a lot of those. So Sandy, you and I both caught them at the same time. I don't get those. So I get those creepers on my Facebook page, which is why my Facebook page is locked down. If anybody's tried to find me, so if you guys are trying to find my personal Facebook page, let me know. I've got that locked down for a reason because I've had creepers on there in the past, and the minute I open it up, the creeper comes back somehow. So I just keep it locked down, and only friends of friends can find me. So yeah, just saying, if anybody wants to friend me, I don't do a lot on Facebook, but if you're looking to friend me, just let me know. Just sidebar me and we'll make it so you can get on. I do. I get a strange one every now and then. It happens. Oh yeah, Eddie, you timed him out. I totally blocked him. Oh, that's funny. I'm still laughing about that one Eddie that you had on there. That was so funny. How only you could see those messages. None of us could see them. I don't get that. I'm still confused. That was pretty funny. Wow, I can see how all these people's go. Amber, I see how yours goes easily for 4 hours because we're at 4 hours and 15 minutes. I can't believe this. It goes quick. Super, super quick. It's okay, Eddie. I got him. Sandy got him. You got him. We all got him. Okay, yeah, I've got people that do that too, Shannon, that comment on my YouTube, and I catch that. I do see those. So yeah, you can catch me also on the YouTube ones. Oh, I get how Discord and TikTok aren't for you. I do TikTok only for the embroidery. So I haven't posted one lately. I need to do that. I've got a couple more that I want to do. And for me, that's actually kind of fun. I enjoy like the cute music and that kind of stuff. So I think I'm going to become a little bit more of a TikTok person just because I enjoy Instagram so much. I'm a visual, love the little visual stuff, not necessarily the having to read. I think that's why Facebook doesn't appeal to me. Plus, Facebook's got just too much everybody fighting and being silly and politics, and I can't deal with it. I just can't deal with it. So yeah. I love you too, Amber. I love all you guys. You guys actually came into my life really at a time I needed this so bad because nobody gets this the way you guys do because you have to kind of be doing this yourself to some degree to get it, with the business and why it means so much to you and why, you love doing it so much and why we love watching each other and chatting and doing all that. And my fiber people get it, but they don't get it. We have our own thing on our side, but they're more wanting to do just the podcast where they podcast and that's it. It's none of this interactive stuff. There a few are doing it, but not so many. So I kind of feel like it's good there for that. I understand that part, but this part is what I missed. And I always felt like I was working out on an island by myself and getting out there and then having to row the boat by myself sometimes when I struggled and being overwhelmed and all that when all of a sudden Etsy blew up or my wholesale blew up or I was having machine problems and having to get something out and just having people to chat with just what I'm talking about. So this was like beyond a breath of fresh air. It's yeah. Yeah, Eddie, your person wasn't just weird, they were pretty special. They were pretty darn special. Yours kind of spun out of control because it wasn't just one person. You just ended up going a little further than that. That was weird. That was pretty Do weird. That's it. That's what I'm saying, Ediana. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Something. They were doing it on purpose. That's funny. No, you really don't. It's awkward, but almost unnerving, almost weird. Uh, I don't know. I've had a few instances over my years that were kind of I don't know. It's kind of creepy, just creepy. Yeah, we all need, and I thought so too, Adiana. The way we all kind of banded together real quickly and we all bonded so fast and still are. I think this is a family that we all needed and we desperately needed it. And it just all happened at the right time. And now that the word's getting out, those that need it are finding us, and it's good. It's so good. Yeah, you do, don't you, Amber? You were there. That was so funny. And the funniest thing was, Eddie, you're reading that, and we're all like, "Where? I can't find it. You find it? I don't see it." Oh, that was so funny. Hmm. Yeah, I know you were like that. He didn't know, and I was like, "Oh, I think he's trolling for something more than that. I think he's just trying to be difficult. He knows what he's doing. He totally knows." Yeah. Yeah, I laughed at you when you said, "Give him the benefit of the doubt, guys." I was like, I think he's done this a few times before to other people. Seems like he knows his way around this pretty good. Oh my, guys. Tomorrow's Monday and it's back to work. Even though I worked all last week, I could only do so much because it was weird because our job sites were shut down and our jobs never, ever. This is the first time in my entire career our job sites have shut down and they never shut down. Tomorrow's probably gonna be hell on wheels, and all next week to be hell on wheels because we're gonna have a bunch of clients that are gonna be like, "Yeah, okay, so you guys had a vacation, but schedule didn't change, and the date's the date, and now you got to figure out how you're gonna make that week up." And I'm like, so, uh, but I wish somebody posted on. I was on our next door. I'm big on our next door app for around here, just because I'm in a small community, and so we kind of just take care of each other, and especially this last week. I was used to the weather because I'm from the north, but down here, a lot of people aren't. And the weather was life threatening weather. I'm sure those of you that watch knew it really was. It was life threatening. And so I was kind of paying attention to next door. And one guy actually came on yesterday and posted something that a cop had posted in one of the towns around here. And it was actually hilarious. He's like, "Okay, next time that I take a week vacation, I'm going to call it a vacation if I'm just trying to stay alive." And I was like, exactly, exactly. And so everybody I know is going to give us a hard time about a week-long vacation last week. And I'm going to be like, if you want to call that vacation, we've got to redefine vacation in the Webster dictionary because that was anything but vacation. Yeah, we had a week off from work. That was not a week off. That was not vacation. That was a very hard week off. And even for those of us that know how to deal with that weather, that was a very hard week off because down here it's not built for that. The houses aren't built for that. The cities are not built to handle it. The utilities are not built for it. Nothing is set up. So everything you do is way harder than it should be and needs to be. And I was so frustrated because, and I even know how to deal with it. And I was like, wow, this is nuts. It should not be this hard. And it's hard. So I'm glad this week's over. Long about Monday night, I was like, is it Friday of next year yet? Because it feels like it's been 7 months. And we've only been 2 days into this, and we've got 5 more to go. Oh, wow. This is going to be a really long week, and I can't wait for next week. Well, next week's here. So, this is going to be crazy. Is that what ended up happening? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Okay. I guess I didn't even realize that you could choose. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. Because I've got all. I guess I didn't realize that I've got live chat. I guess I didn't realize that there was two different ones. Oh my gosh. I know, Eddie. That's what was the biggest laugh. It was like you had these two different things going on, and it was like, whoa. That was a circus. Oh my gosh. I think, Eddie, I think they were stirring trouble. I don't know that I believe their story. I kind of wonder if it's not one of those where they go on and one starts and then the other comes on and they try and see whether they can agitate you or, that kind of thing. And they may not even have been what they said they were. I think they were just playing, and that's all it was. Yeah, it was nuts, narrow. It was the craziest thing. And none of us were seeing it. That's the funniest thing. Yeah. And yeah, she was going to call you. And I was like, and how's she going to do that? Huh? How's that? Does she have your number? How's she going to call you? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. That's because she doesn't have your phone number and doesn't know how to find you. For all we know, she could be sitting in Hawaii. Yeah, that's all it was. I really think it was two people just coming on, just playing that and trying to get a reaction. So trying to start a fight or trying to start some drama. So I'm trying to get all of us involved in it. Only the thing is, none of us were seeing it but you. That's the funniest. She is good, isn't she, Sandy? She's good at handling that. Yeah, I got to look at that now that you say that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Of course, then the other night when Cindy was saying she could see who's on, I didn't know that was a thing either. Like who's all here, and I'm like, really? You can do that? How do you do that? And I didn't know if that was something that she does because she's got more people, more subscribers. Is that a tier thing, or is that something we can all do? Because I'm looking and I just see participants, like the people that are chatting the most, but there's more people watching. So I don't know. Anyway, I just didn't know that was a thing. And then she said that. And I was like, oh, interesting. It's above my chat. Huh. Well, I'll have to figure that out, Eddie. And you'll have to show me. Somebody will have to show me because Cindy had a valid reason. And I kind of think I might need that valid reason too. Because if my creeper finds me from Facebook, I kind of need to know that. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, Ediana. Yeah, that brings out that. But that's all they were trying to do. Just trying to get you to react. All right, guys, it's 11 my time. I have to get up for work tomorrow. And we've been on for 4.5 hours. I can't believe this. That was fun, though. That was fun. I hope you guys learned a lot. I hope this was informational. Even you guys within the chat were talking a lot about your machines. That was really good. Really good. I think that was a good informational thing. So I hope you guys got a lot out of it. I know I did. I enjoyed it. And I want everybody to start talking about the machines a little more because I want to see them too. Okay. And private group on Facebook, possibly. Yeah, Pia, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, Dawn, thanks for coming. Zoa, thanks for showing up. Let's figure out this
group sew along thing. I think we all need to do it. I think it'd be fun. So might be Zooming here real soon and we'll get to see each other in person. Wouldn't that be fun? All right, guys. So yeah, if you haven't liked the video, please do so. And subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell. I got to remember to start saying that too. So anyway, love you guys. And I will talk to you all, if not before next Sunday, and on Discord or whatever. If not, I will see you next Sunday. It's My Soul on next Sunday. Okay? And we got a good one. And don't forget to go see Amber tomorrow night. Her So Longs tomorrow night. So we'll see you guys. Bye.